I just want to welcome you back to day 2. I just have one announcement to make before we get started. A number of people did say they could not hear the presentations in the back, so I have been asked to ask you kindly to keep your conversations until the networking breaks. If they can't wait, you can head to the lobby or to the hall to have those conversations, just to be mindful and respectful of the presentations that are happening up here and to all of those who are wanting to listen. We're going to get things rolling right away here, and I would like to welcome President of SARM, Bill Hubert, to join in welcoming the Premier.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to kick off this morning's proceedings by introducing the Premier of Saskatchewan, the Honourable Scott Moe. Scott Moe was first elected to the Saskatchewan Legislature in the 2011 provincial election in his constituency of Rosslare and Shellbrook. He was re-elected in 2016. He was elected leader of the Saskatchewan Party on January 27, 2018, and sworn in as Premier of Saskatchewan on February 2, 2018. Premier Moe was born and raised on a grain farm between Shellbrook and Parkside. He and his wife Krista currently reside nearby in Shellbrook. He was educated at the University of Saskatchewan, where he received his Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. He has previously served as Minister of Environment, Minister of Advanced Education, Minister responsible for the Saskatchewan Water Corporation, and Minister for Saskatchewan Water Security Agency. Premier Moe's priorities include a focus on increasing Saskatchewan's exports to create opportunities for people and further grow Saskatchewan's economy. To this end, he created the Ministry of Trade and Export Development with a mandate to sustain and develop relationships with Saskatchewan's current export customers and place an increased emphasis on diversifying our markets worldwide. He has made it a priority to engage with current and prospective trade partners around the world to advocate for Saskatchewan's export industries. Saskatchewan supplies much-needed goods and commodities such as food, fuel, and fertilizer to over 150 countries. Premier Moe is also committed to advancing the economic interests of Saskatchewan through strengthening Saskatchewan high-quality agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and energy industries that meet the needs of growing markets around the globe with worldwide leading efficiencies and sustainability. Please join me this morning in welcoming Premier Scott Moe.
Thank you very much, Bill, and welcome everyone to what is your SARM convention. Welcome to Saskatoon, and thank you for what you do each and every day in not only the way as serving as a municipal governor or as a municipal councillor, but what you do in each and every day in ensuring that the Saskatchewan community and the Saskatchewan economy continues to thrive and to grow. And I was thinking, we came from Houston last night. We had a number of connections. And if our connections didn't work out, our backup plan was actually to have a former alumni of this organization speak, who is now the Deputy Premier of the province, Jim Ryder. I saw him this morning. He was the happiest guy to ever see me in Saskatoon this morning. He claims this was getting in the way of another fairly important speech that he has to give about a week from today in the legislature, which would be known as the budget. And so he's very happy, and that always makes me feel good when one of my colleagues says, "Oh, it's so good to see you," but he had ulterior motives, most certainly for that. It was so he wasn't up here and I was. But I was thinking we got in about midnight last night from a mining and energy conference in Houston, where there was a number of Trump's cabinet and other policymakers there that we wanted to engage with. Premier Smith was down there as well. And I'll get into a little bit of our trade relations talk a little bit later here, but I was thinking on the way back as to how far we've come as a province, how far each of us have come in the industries that we work in and the work that we do each and every day, and what we're doing with the proceeds of that growth, and what we're doing with the successes that we are finding. And so I thought I wanted to speak a little bit about that today as to how far we've come and where we're going with the wealth that we're creating. The wealth that we're creating provincially, the wealth that we're creating, ironically, for the rest of Canada, but also the wealth that we're creating for ourselves and our community in the services that are provided, but the wealth and the wealth that we are investing in that next generation, which is our children and the folks that will be in this room in 5 and 10 and 20 years. As I said, we've been away a substantial amount. Our ministers as well have been in a number of markets around the world where we have trade offices shoring up the market share that we have in what is a very uncertain time. Myself, I've been into the U.S., Washington, D.C. twice, down to Houston, returning last night. I've been in Mexico as well, as they are the third partner in our North American Trade Agreement, which is the USMCA. Mexico also a significant partner for us, an exporting market for canola and an increasing exporting market for canola, and I'll maybe talk about the importance of that towards the end of my remarks here as well. What we advocate for wherever we go is a non-tariff environment, free and fair trade with our trading partners around the world. Most certainly that's important with our largest trading partner, which is the United States of America. No one wins a trade war. In particular, when that trade war has been, up until recently, isolated to North America, I would say that North American families certainly don't win a trade war, and they certainly don't win when we see tariffs applied either way. When there's the President of the United States puts tariffs on products that are flowing into the U.S., you're going to see fuel and groceries much higher for American families. And counter tariffs that there's much discussion on in this nation, counter tariffs that would ultimately push up the price of everything that we buy. And so no one wins when we are in a tariff war. No one wins when we are in a trade war. And I think I'll just outlay there's really 3 tariffs that have been proposed, and I would say it's not just the threat of tariffs, they actually are being implemented from time to time, but there's really 3 that the President has put in front of us. The first was focused on fentanyl and securing our border crossings at the 49th parallel, as well as going into Mexico. That's the one that has been delayed a couple of times. That's the one where you saw investment from not only the province, but the federal government on securing our borders. And I'll get into a little bit about what we have done when it comes to eradicating fentanyl and crystal meth from our province and from our community. So that was the first tariff that may come into play on April the 2nd, as it's been delayed twice. The second was the steel and aluminum tariff, which came into play at midnight, so about 9 hours ago. It came into force at about 25% on steel and aluminum products. This does have an impact, obviously, on a number of industries in Saskatchewan directly. It also has an impact indirectly on other industries in this province, such as the ag industry and mining industry, virtually everything that we do. We saw yesterday, and this is how quickly things are changing, we saw yesterday my colleague had woken up and said, we are going to put a 25% tariff on electricity that we export into 3 states. I think it was Michigan, Minnesota, and one other. Immediately, we saw a response from the President where he said, well, not only are you getting 25% tariffs on your steel and aluminum, but it's going to go up to 50 and maybe even 75. And by the end of the day, there was a phone call that was made and an agreement to meet this Thursday, and it was back to where we started. And that's literally how quickly things are moving as we find our way through this conversation. And it's confusing and it's chaotic, and it isn't good for the markets, and it isn't good for North American families. So those are in place today. We'll see how long those stay in place. And then the third tariff, I think, is more globally focused and much less focused on North America or Canada and Mexico, and that is the reciprocal tariffs. And those are poised to come in. There's a report coming on April the 1st, and the President is poised to act on those on April the 2nd. None of them are good, and we're doing everything that we can as a subnational government to educate, to advocate, to ensure that all of those folks in and around the President that are in the room when these decisions are being made understand the full impacts of the decisions that they might make, and the full impact on American families, the full impact on the North American economy, and ultimately why they aren't good if our goal is to actually make a secure continent, energy secure continent, agriculturally secure or food secure continent, manufacturing secure continent, and by doing that, ensuring that we actually have the general security of North America as a whole. And we have some work there to do as Canadians as well, and I think we're committed to doing that work either through the current Prime Minister, maybe through the one that will be sworn in a couple of days, or surely if they aren't able, I think the third Prime Minister that we have this year will likely find his way to investing in our military. And one thing I think is important for each of us to remember as we find our way through just an uncertain and chaotic conversation is our resolve to succeed. And our resolve to succeed, I would say, very much is rooted in this province and in the industries that we have in this province. Natural resource-based industries, certainly, but rooted in the people that are working in those industries and rooted in the people that live here. And that has been Saskatchewan's way, is to power through these chaotic times. And we will power through this chaotic time, as challenging as it is. And so, a little bit on where we have come over the last number of years. When you look at how we create wealth in Saskatchewan, it actually isn't that complicated. And I've spoke about it before at this conference and other conferences. How we create wealth in Saskatchewan is through producing things, food, fuel, fertilizer, and many other things. And then we export those things to other areas of the world. To ourselves, yes, and to other Canadians, if we can get a pipeline built or our rail lines are working seamlessly, which would be an interprovincial trade barrier that we should be working on at the national level and hopefully are. Everybody in good faith. But that is what we do, and that is what we have always done here. Traditionally, it's been agriculture, but it was morphed very much over the last number of decades into we are a significant energy producer, not just oil, $10 or $15 billion of oil, yes, but when you look at uranium, when you look at lithium, when you look at rare earths, some of the products that are going to power the future of the world, Saskatchewan is at the very center of those conversations. We're the largest source of potash fertilizer on earth. We provide about 35% of potash fertilizer to the rest of the world. When you look at in Saskatoon here, that north of 51st Street, through my lifetime, how that has grown in the manufacturing sector, servicing not only the mining industry that is here, but servicing, yes, the energy industry that is here, as well as the ag industry that continues to be the spinal cord of our Saskatchewan economy. You look at how that manufacturing sector has grown in Saskatchewan and how many jobs have been created just north of that 51st Street right here in Saskatoon, and the same is happening in Regina, and the same is happening in many of our rural communities across the province as well. And so if you agree that the source of our wealth in our family, in our communities, in our province is the value of our exports, you can certainly see where we've came over the last decade and a half. In 2007, when we had the honor to form government here in Saskatchewan, our export value was about $17 billion. In 2018, that export value had increased to about $31 billion. And in the last 3 years, it has hovered in about $45 to $50 billion, depending on our crop year. So we've come from $17 billion to $45, $50 billion the last 3 years. And I think it's incumbent to look on where that is going to go in the next number of years when you look at the projects that are going to come online. When I said we are adding value to the products that we are producing here and thereby adding value to our exports, it only holds true that when you see a canola crush investment here, now you are exporting canola oil as opposed to canola seed. You're adding value to that product. Traditionally, as I was a kid, what we did is we grew more wheat and we grew more canola and we started to grow peas. But we weren't always adding value to those products and creating those jobs in the canola crush sector, in the marketing sector, and all of the jobs that come as you find that higher value product and actually start exporting ingredients as opposed to agri-food products. And so when you see what's happening in the Yorkton area with the doubling of capacity and investment by companies like Richardson and Louis Dreyfus, and you see Cargill investing in their canola crush facilities, you see significant investment even coming into the future, despite uncertain times, into this very space. I think the future looks very good for Saskatchewan when you see the investment into protein fractionation, exporting protein, pulse proteins, as opposed to raw pulse crops. That value of $45 to $50 billion of our exports, $20 billion as agricultural products, is going to continue to climb. We exported more in agricultural products this last year than we did in the entirety of every product we had in 2007. 2007 was $17 billion total. Last year was $20 billion in ag exports alone. Pardon me, 2 years ago. We see in the mining sector significant investment, $20 to $25 billion happening. Yes, we have BHP, we have a copper mine that is coming forward. We have a uranium mine that it will be moving forward as well. We have another uranium mine that is working its way through the process. We are one of the rare jurisdictions in the world where you can still bring a significant mining project through the exploration phase, through the pre-development phase, and actually have a chance of getting it into production. That doesn't happen in any of the lower 48 states, and most of Canada today is sanitized as well. And by sanitized, I mean you have environmental regulation that pushes that mining project out past 14 years. Saskatchewan is one of the rare places, virtually the only place in North America, where you can still find your way to production. We see investment in the forestry industry, and we see investment, again, in all of the manufacturing industries that support these raw commodities and these value-added opportunities that we have. This is good news for that $50 million number as we look forward the next 3, 5, and 10 years. And it's good years for the youth, good news for the youth in our community that are going to enter the job market or going to attend post-secondary school. And I would say it's good news for the future of Saskatchewan. And I say this despite the conversation that's happening today with China and the United States. And so how do we approach this conversation that is here today? We advocate, we educate, and we're in those markets where we are having that challenging conversation, specifically the US and now China. But we're also in our other markets of interest around the world. Saskatchewan is a province of 1.2 million people that exports those products to over 160 countries around the world. We're the highest per capita exporting region of North America, virtually, for sure Canada, but one of the highest per capita exporting areas of North America. And so we're engaging in all of those markets of interest as well to see if they can buy some more from Saskatchewan. Buy some more as we go through what is a very challenging conversation here at home. And so we've seen Minister Kading, our Minister of Trade and Export. He has been abroad. He's in Vietnam and Singapore, looking at new opportunities in the mining sector as well as expanding on the ag products that they're purchasing. Minister Harrison, our ag minister, has also been in India and the United Arab Emirates at a number of different pulse shows, ag shows that they have there. And these are important markets, and they're growing markets to our province. And I would argue they're growing markets and growing opportunities for our nation as well, and they provide us other opportunities when we're having these tariff discussions here in North America. But through all of this, and I think this is incumbent for us as Canadians to remember, the United States of America historically has been our largest trading partner, and it has been our largest ally. And when we find our way through the current discussion and when the dust settles, they likely are still going to be our largest trading partner, certainly in Saskatchewan's case, and they likely are still going to be our largest ally when we go to address the rest of the world, friend or foe. And allies around the world, allied nations, and thus the supply chains are changing before our very eyes with all of the unrest that has been happening the last number of years. And so we ought to keep that in mind as Canadians as we talk about how hard we want to hit back, how hard we want to impact. In our case, counter tariffs actually impact Canadian families. We seem to have forgotten that in this discussion. However, we need to be firm with our response, because what is happening here and what is being imposed by one gentleman in the White House certainly is not indicative of the historical trade relationship that we've had in North America. Our trade relation is set up the way it is for a reason. And I'll walk you very quickly through a crop year in North America, and I'll walk through it from the perspective of a Saskatchewan farmer, but it gives you an idea, and every industry has a similar story to tell, and I tell it often in Washington and Houston, as to how integrated our economy is in North America. And when you think about it, as we work through this quick crop year and where our products come from, you'll very much see that it's integrated for a reason. And in Saskatchewan, when you go out to seed in the spring, the first thing that you might do is you might go down to Fargo, North Dakota and buy a big red quad-track tractor. The second thing you'll do is you'll bring that back and you'll go to St. Brew, or just outside Regina, and you'll buy a Saskatchewan-built no-till drill. You'll fill it with seed, where the genetics would come from just down the street here in Saskatoon at the University of Saskatchewan from the Crop Development Center. You'd put potash in it from this province. You'd put phosphate in it from Florida. You put nitrogen in it that could come from Redwater, Alberta, or maybe Oklahoma. You'd then go back down to the U.S. to Des Moines, Iowa, and you'd get a big green sprayer. You'd bring it back. You'd put crop protection chemicals in that sprayer that would be manufactured in the southeastern United States, and you go out and apply that on your crop. You go back to Winnipeg as the year progresses, and you buy a MacDon Windrower. You go back down to East Moline, Illinois, and buy a big green combine. You might go to Climax and get a honeybee header to put on that combine. You go out and harvest that crop. You'd have a truck that's built in Denton, Texas, pulling trailers that are built in Anaheim, Saskatchewan, and you'd load your oats up into that trailer and you'd bring them down to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where Quaker Oats would buy them. And people in the U.S. would be employed in adding value to that product, and we would all have oatmeal to eat. And that's how we create food security in North America. We do it together. We don't do it in spite of one another. And whether it's the energy industry, the mining industry, the manufacturing industry, the story is the same over and over and over, and we mustn't forget that. And that's the story that we bring to the Americans when we find our way down there. And it's set up this way for a reason, because it is the most efficient. And we provide ourselves with food and energy security, thus a secure continent. And so this is where we've been in this trading relationship, not just with the U.S., but with over 160 countries around the world. Why does that matter? Why does it matter that our export value is growing from $17 billion a decade and a half ago to close to $50 billion today, and is poised to grow another 5 or 10 or $15 billion in the next number of years? It's so we can invest that wealth back into the people that live here, whether that be through municipal revenue sharing with our municipal governments across the province, whether it's ensuring that Saskatchewan continues to be the most affordable place in Canada to live. And it is the most affordable place in Canada to live. And you heard much of this talk during the most recent campaign, the provincial campaign that we had last fall, was the affordability platform that both parties had put forward, and certainly that our party is now enacting. And that is to ensure that Saskatchewan remains the most affordable province in Canada to live, because we know that the cost of living here in Saskatchewan are not immune to these global pressures and these changing supply chains, but we also know, and we know that we as a government need to invest to ensure that it remains affordable for that next generation and our children. You also heard in our speech from the throne this fall, and this again is where this investment of our wealth is going from the provincial perspective, is our focus on healthcare. Ensuring that everyone is going to have access to a healthcare provider, ensuring that everyone is going to have access to a surgery. Our investment and our focus on education, specifically looking at our K-3 outcomes in our education system and supporting those K-3 outcomes, because we all know and the sector knows that if a child can read, write, and add at a grade 3 level when they find their way through grade 3, that grades 4 through 12 success becomes entirely more possible, and I would say that the rest of that person's life, what they can attain also becomes entirely more advantageous. And last but certainly not least, the priority of the provincial government is to keep your community safe and to eradicate the poisonous drugs that are present, not only here in Saskatoon, but are present where I live and where each of you live as well. So starting with affordability and our investment in affordability, and you heard much of this throughout the campaign. You heard our commitments to enact our campaign promises in our speech from the throne, and next week when Minister Ryder stands to deliver his budget, I expect you are going to hear those very initiatives are funded in this budget. Starting with, and one of the most significant affordability measures that this province has, that no other province in Canada has, is removing the carbon tax on how you heat your homes. The most ridiculous inflationary carbon tax that this nation has ever experienced, and we're not all experiencing it differently. Well, we are in Saskatchewan. We're experiencing it differently now because we're not experiencing it at all on how we heat our homes, and I would suggest that should be expanded to all products. There's a number of tax changes that are happening as well that are going to deliver the largest single tax cut to individuals and families in Saskatchewan that we've seen since 2008. They're going to remove a further 54,000 people from the tax rolls altogether. In 2008, we removed 110,000. We're going to remove an additional 54,000 people from the provincial tax rolls all together. All of these additional affordability measures are going to have an impact, whether you be a senior, a homeowner, whether you be a student, whether you be a home buyer or a first-time home buyer, whether you be a caregiver, or whether you be a person that's living with a disability. These are targeted affordability measures to ensure that our province, that we know and love, our community, is going to remain the most affordable place in Canada to live so that we can continue to attract people who live here and work in the industries that are creating wealth for us. Our export-driven economy, our growing, vibrant economy in this province allows us to deliver when it comes to healthcare investment. And we saw a 12% increase in our healthcare investment in the last budget year, and I suspect in a week you're going to see an additional increase in our healthcare budget this year. And as I said, there are two main focuses in this year's budget, and I would say the two main focuses that we have heard from you in this room and people across the province throughout the campaign and throughout the last number of years, and we need to have access to a primary health care provider. Not necessarily a physician, potentially a nurse practitioner, or there are other healthcare providers as well, and we're actively looking at ways to expand the payment models that we have to ensure that this is the case. So you have a choice at who you can go see, when you can go see them, and ensure that you have access to the healthcare and, more importantly, the primary healthcare provider that you need to see when you need to see them. And so we're actively looking at those changes. We're also looking at how do we invest in pulling people out of our emergency rooms. The most expensive seat in the healthcare system is in an emergency room. And I would suggest, and it's been shown, that there's many of those individuals who are in there because they don't have access to a primary healthcare provider. And so we're going to increase the access that you have. We opened up an urgent care center in Regina that is pulling people out of our emergency rooms in Regina, and it's opened as a pilot program, but is showing great success in doing just that. And so we're going to open another one in Regina. We're going to open two here in Saskatoon, and we're going to follow that with one in Prince Albert, North Battleford, as well as one in Moose Jaw. Today this is a Canadian challenge. When it comes to human resources in our healthcare system that are offering our service in your community and mine, the lack of people that we have. And we're looking hard and recruiting hard, and we have the most ambitious health human resource plan in the nation of Canada. But it is a Canadian challenge. It's not exclusive to Saskatchewan. And that's why you've seen us invest now over $100 million in that health human resource plan, and it is showing successes. Today in Saskatchewan, as the numbers go, the latest health tracking numbers, we have 84% of Saskatchewan residents do have access to a health care provider. That's far above the national average, far above the Canadian average, but we still have more work to do. We have more work to do in this space, and we're committed to doing it, and we're going to use the strength of that economy. We're going to use the wealth that we are creating together to ensure that that is the case. We're going to increase the number of surgeries. This last year is over 95,000 surgeries done. This year, we're on pace to go over 100,000 surgeries. Over the next 4 years, we're going to achieve 450,000 surgeries in the province of Saskatchewan. 95,000 is a record. This year, we're on pace for that over 100,000. That will be another record. And when we find our way to 450,000 surgeries, that certainly is going to help to ensure that all of you in this room and your family members and your friends do have access to a surgery when they need it. And we're using all of the opportunities, all of the tools that we have to ensure that's the case. And that's all of our public surgeries. And then we're procuring additional private surgeries. We're publicly paying for them, but they're privately delivered. And we're procuring as many of those surgeries as we can as well to bring our wait list down, and it is working. They are coming down. They're still far too long, as they are across Canada, but we're going to bring them down. We're going to ensure that not only do you have access to a healthcare provider where you live in this province, we're going to ensure you have access to a surgery on our right here in Saskatchewan. I mentioned education, and I think education is a space where we need to have a lot more discussion with parents and with families and with community members across this province. And we need to continue to invest in education. Last year's budget had a 9% increase in the education budget, and I would suspect you're going to see an increase in a week. A week to ensure that we are addressing and providing every opportunity for success in that K-3 space in particular. An increase to fund the schools that we have announced and are building across this province. But I'd make no mistake, we are making a specific focus on the outcomes in that K-3 space. We know that when a child is reading and writing at the appropriate level, at grade 3, that their educational outcomes from grade 4 through 12 are going to greatly improve, and the opportunities that they find in life are also greatly going to improve. We want our students, who are our children and grandchildren, and we must never forget that. We want to provide them with every opportunity to be successful. That's why we have an entire education system in the first place. Our education minister recently announced close to $30 million to increase classroom spaces across this province. This is in addition to the schools that already have been announced, adding relocatables to schools in high student population areas. So you're going to see more of this in the budget that comes next week. But we must also always remember, whether it's investments in our specialized support classrooms, of which I think you're going to see some more investment next week, because that is focused on those K-3 outcomes. But in order for our students to learn, in order for our children to learn, we need to ensure that our children learn to read. You can't learn without that ability. Last but not least, community safety, family safety, your safety, and the safety of those ones you love. Our communities have changed in a way of property crime and rural property crime, and it's changed where I live. And it's changed largely because, yes, there's challenges that we're having as a society when it comes to mental health, but all too often there's subsequent addictions challenges. And the drugs that are in our community have changed. They're much more possessive than they have ever been. The drugs in our community today aren't drugs at all. When you look at fentanyl and crystal meth, they're poison. And today, in this city, there are people dying because those drugs are available in our province, and they're available in your community and my community. And so we have two focuses when it comes to how are we going to keep our communities safe. One is recovery and providing recovery opportunities for those that unfortunately have fallen into a life of addictions. And two is enforcement. Increasing the laws that we have provincially, increasing the number of officers that are in our communities, and advocating, as I say, with either first, second, or third Prime Minister that we have this year to make relevant and pertinent changes to the Criminal Code of Canada. So with respect to enforcement, we're adding 500 officers. With respect to recovery, we're adding 500 beds. And we'll add more if we need to as we fill those commitments. Most recently, on the enforcement side, we added 100 provincially paid municipal police officers to our 7 communities that use municipal police officers, plus 185 additional RCMP officers that are coming through the recruitment process. Those officers are there alongside with changing the provincial laws that we have when it comes to fentanyl and crystal meth. For example, increasing the fines to $1 million for having those drugs, increasing all of the provincial opportunities that we have to increase the consequences for those that are involved in trafficking this poison in our communities, increasing the number of officers, as I said, and all of this is coming together to ensure that we're making every effort to eradicate fentanyl and to eradicate crystal meth from our communities. We need to get those drugs out of the hands of the drug dealers, and we need to get the drug dealers out of our communities. And that is going to happen not only in Saskatchewan, but I dare say in many communities across Canada. In addition to that, you need to provide, because these drugs are so possessive, you do need to provide recovery opportunities for those that have succumbed to a life with addictions. And we're doing that with those 500 recovery beds. In fact, I'd say that 500 isn't going to be enough, and when we find our way there, we will likely have to increase that number. Why we are doing this is to ensure that your community is safe and to ensure that your family, after supper, is able to go to the park or go for a walk and not be concerned about what is going to happen. And this has changed, and it needs to change back, and we're going to make every investment and use the strength of the growing, vibrant Saskatchewan economy to deliver these results for you. These are the 4 priorities that you saw in our speech from the throne, and these are the 4 priorities that you are going to see in the budget next week being funded when Minister Ryder, our Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance, rises to his feet. I think in addition to that, with all of the uncertainty that is happening with our discussions with the USA and more recently now with China, it's important for us to also use that economy, that strength of our Saskatchewan economy, to provide as much certainty as we can. We've done that for a number of years as a government, and we continue to do that, I think, today. And you saw that with Minister Schmaltz's announcement of the increase in municipal revenue sharing, a program that is not present in any other province in Canada, a program that is exclusive to Saskatchewan. I think it increased just over $20 million, an increase of over 6%. It's at a record number again, $361 million that will be transferred to our municipalities, unencumbered, no strings attached, and again, unlike anywhere in Canada. That's providing as much certainty as we are able to your community. Working alongside you with infrastructure projects as well when there's federal programs that we can offset those costs. But the very base of that certainty is that municipal revenue sharing program that was introduced in 2008, shortly after we had the honor of forming your government. We're freezing the education property tax from the provincial perspective. We are living in a time when inflationary pressures are going to continue to climb due to decisions that are made, and whether it be in the U.S. or by our federal government. And we have made every effort this year to ensure that the education budget is going to increase, quite likely substantially, but the education property tax on your ratepayers and our collective constituents is not. And so the mill rate will actually decrease, as this is a reassessment year. But we are going to ensure that what we collect in the education property tax this year will be the same as last year. Our Environment Minister, Travis Keesing, is doing a great job. And being an Environment Minister, and I can say this with a certain degree of historical knowledge, and coming to a SARM convention can be a daunting convention to attend. I think back, I was compared at one point in time, I don't know if it was directly me, but to a jar of peanut butter as far as the shelf life of environment ministers in this government. But we certainly got a good one now, and I can say that he very much has been listening to all of the representatives across the province, and in particular SARM. And when SARM had come forward, Bill, with some of the challenges around derelict buildings, which are not new, Travis and Eric Schmaltz, our Minister of Government Relations, certainly went to work, and they've brought forward a program that we are going to, I think, be a win-win in the way of being able to remove some of our derelict buildings, but also provide some at-home training for our fire departments, our volunteer fire departments, and we won't have to travel for some of the training that they need to take to keep their certifications as well. And so credit to SARM, credit to you in the room for moving forward with that call. There will be things to work through, certainly, as we work through that. But a credit then again as well to your SARM board for bringing it to the provincial government, and thank you to Travis and Eric for moving on that. So whether it be affordability measures that impact each of us, whether it be healthcare, delivery of healthcare which impact each of us in our community, education, the safety of our families, wherever we might live, or whether it be working together on initiatives like we just discussed. I thank you for what you do each and every day and being a voice within this government. So just in closing, I want to start or finish where I started, and that's with respect to where we are today. As I said, I came in from Houston last night. We met with a number of policymakers, industry folks there. It was an energy and mining conference, but there's a number of President Trump's appointees there as well that we had met with. This is a challenging time, and we are going to feel it. We're going to feel it in Canada, and we're going to feel it in Saskatchewan. But what we are going to continue to focus on is the path forward for Saskatchewan folks, and that's why you're seeing some of the threats around tariffs, whether it be potash or some of our products starting to come down. Because what we provide are necessary products. They are not want-to-haves. They are certainly need-to-haves: food, fuel, fertilizer. We need all of those, as do American families. And I would say this, that when it comes to engaging, whether it be with the United States of America, our largest trading partner, or any of the other 160 trading partners that we have around the world, it has been this government that has been highly engaged in those markets for decades now. Years. Before engaging globally was cool. We have been in those markets and at times been criticized by the opposition, been criticized by the media for going to India, for going, yes, to China, where we sell $5 billion of ag products and potash, for going to the U.S. most recently. Mexico, an emerging market for us. India is certainly an emerging market for us and one of the largest populated nation in the world. But we have done it despite those criticisms because it's the right thing to do for how we create wealth. And you're seeing that in those export numbers that I had read earlier that have tripled over the last decade and a half. We've also done it, quite honestly, because the current federal government has chosen not to. And if you go back just over 10 years, there's an ag minister federally that was from Saskatchewan, Jerry Ritz, and he lived in an airplane and he lived in foreign markets, selling your wheat and selling our canola and selling our peas and selling Saskatchewan and Canada to countries around the world. And that has been lost in the last 8 or 9 years, and those chickens are coming home to roost right now, so to speak, because those relationships are not there. Because it has not been a priority of the federal Liberal government, and I say that quite open and honestly, and it has not been a priority by the opposition party that has propped them up over the last while. If you look at where we are with respect to the Chinese tariffs on canola today, this is a response to a 100% electric vehicle tariff that Canada put on Chinese electric vehicles. And so when you look at Chinese electric vehicles and you drive around Saskatoon, you don't see very many of them. You don't see very many of them in Canada, or North America for that matter. They're a vehicle that no one wants. And so we tariffed a vehicle that no one wants to protect a North American electric vehicle industry that very few can afford. And the impact of that decision by our federal government is a 100% tariff on Canadian canola oil and meal that's going to China, a product that not only do people need and have been buying for years, but they've been paying for, and it's employing Canadians today. And that is the message that our Canadian government needs to hear today, is they need to engage with the Chinese government. They are our national government. They need to engage with the Chinese government to find a path to rectifying this. On behalf of Atlantic Canadians as well, because the second half of that tariff is on the seafood that they're also sending to China as well. They're putting our general economy, our Canadian economy at risk by not engaging and not forming those relationships around the world. You see the attitude changing here in Canada, changing right at home as well. Until recently, Western Canadian oil, whether it be by numerous federal politicians, Quebec politicians, they've always often have referred to Western Canadian's energy industry as dirty oil. Now they're back to, well, this is the Canadian energy sector and we should use it as a bargaining chip with President Trump. It became the Canadian energy sector all of a sudden. And it is an important commodity when it comes to working with the United States Trump administration. And all of Saskatchewan, and I would say Alberta commodities alike, are very important commodities. They're need-to-haves, not want-to-haves, and we're very aware as a government of the cards that we have to play as this conversation progresses. But those decisions will be made when they need to be made. We will not hypothesize in the media as to what cards might be played down the way. Those decisions will be made when they need to be made, and our goal has always been to not have tariffs, to have a free and fair trade relationship with the U.S. and everyone else around the world, and if the tariffs are imposed, to ensure that they're on for the shortest period of time that they can be. So now we're starting to see talk of Canadians being energy independent. We've been talking about that for years. But the reality is the policy decisions that we have made as a nation over the last number of years have been something quite different, from finding our way to being energy independent, from be able to expand the mining industry and the industrial industry that are creating wealth in Saskatchewan. In fact, over the last decade, there's been $280 billion in energy projects that have not moved forward because of policy decisions that have been made, most of them at the national level. We most recently now are talking about, a revival of Energy East and a Pacific pipeline to access the world as opposed to being reliant on the USA for our market when it comes to oil. In Saskatchewan's case, we ship about $10 or $15 billion of oil to the U.S. Each and every year. All of our oil goes to the U.S. We see the bloc leader the other day stand up and say, under no circumstances is Western Canadian dirty oil going to come through Quebec. And so he needs a little bit more convincing, and he'll get some maybe when the rest of Canada starts to talk about those dirty equalization payments, that dirty Quebec lithium, that dirty Quebec milk that comes out of there into our grocery stores, or the dirty eggs that are exported across our nation and that each of us buy as Canadians. We should not be criticizing one another's industries and criticizing the most sustainable industries in the world and the industries that are creating wealth in Canadian communities. And we do need to come, as difficult and challenging as it is at times, we need to come together as Canadians and quit with some of the rhetoric that we see coming out of that particular politician in Quebec. We also see some of that rhetoric coming out of various opposition parties. We have right here at home, our NDP has criticized us for opening trade offices abroad. They've criticized us for engaging abroad as well on your behalf and on the industries that are creating those wealth numbers that I read earlier. They supported tariffs when they were imposed on the EU. That's what the NDP party has done in the past. That's their record. That's the policies that they've supported. They voted against pipelines in our very provincial legislature in Saskatchewan, and they called, when we had taken the federal government to the Supreme Court of Canada to protest and to remove the carbon tax on everything for everyone, the Saskatchewan NDP called that a pointless crusade. Well, it's going to end one way or another, and as I said, 1, 2, or 3 prime ministers are going to have a swing at it this particular year. The one big idea that we see out of the opposition here in Saskatchewan is to hang a billboard in the Chicago subway. Chicago is in Illinois. They have a Democratic governor. They have 2 Democratic senators, and most of their congressmen are Democrats as well. They're not in the room when President Trump is making a decision. Rest assured of that. We need to advocate with the people that are in the room, and that's precisely what we're doing. And thankfully, we have built those relationships with those congressmen, with those senators, and those governors over the last number of years. You can ignore reality. And many of our political parties in this province, one of them, as well as a couple of them at the national level, I would say over the last 8 to 9 years, have made every effort to ignore reality. You cannot ignore the consequences of reality. And that is what we are dealing with here today in this space, as we face what is literally a crisis for our province and our nation, where we are having free and fair trade that is being threatened with our largest trading partner, as well as our second largest trading partner, the 2 largest economies in the world. We've been there all along to advocate, to educate, and to promote, and to augment and enhance any of the national level initiatives, regardless of who the government is. And we'll continue to do just that. Build those relationships, seek out those export markets, and do everything that we can to protect the market share that we have in those markets today. Increasing the value of our exports, your exports, so that we can deliver on the priorities of Saskatchewan people: affordability, healthcare, education, and safer communities. I believe in this province. I have since before I was ever elected. Despite where we find ourselves today in this conversation, I believe the people of Saskatchewan have the power to persevere and to succeed and to help lead this nation through what is a very difficult time. And there's no better example of that than you in this room. Stepping up to represent your community, coming to be part of the SARM delegation and the SARM convention this year to help and advise, and we'll probably get a lot of advice in the bear pit in a few minutes, and I appreciate that. But to help and advise your provincial government to ensure that we are making the very best decisions on behalf of the people that we collectively represent, because they are our friends, they are our family, they are our community members, and they are Saskatchewan. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Premier. Thank you for an excellent address. So much appreciated. Thanks again, Premier Moe. We will now move into the Bear Pit session, and I'd like to extend a warm welcome and thank you to the Saskatchewan Cabinet Ministers. Also, a thank you to Nelson Granite for sponsoring our timer for the session. If you would like to ask a question, during the bear pit session, line up at one of the numbered microphones on the convention floor, and I will indicate when it is your turn to ask your question. I think maybe I'll just wait a minute or two here for you to get settled again so everybody can hear my comments. We're going to have a little quiet here, please. In order to vote to ask a question during the bear pit session, you must be a member of council or an administrator with permission of council to ask a question. Please identify yourself, your municipality, and your position with the RM. Keep your questions short and concise. There is a 90-second time limit for posing the questions, and I will be watching that on the screen. So please be aware of how much time you have remaining, and I will give you a 30-second warning. Cabinet ministers have 3 minutes to provide their answers. So I'd like to ask the Premier now to introduce the provincial cabinet ministers, then we will start taking questions. Premier Moe.
Get started here. Rather than me run through everybody, what I'll ask you to do, we'll start with Alana down at the end. Just introduce yourself, where you're from, and the file that you're in charge of. And then we'll just move our way through as quickly as we can. Go ahead, Alana.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alana Ross from Prince Albert Northcote, and I'm the Minister responsible for Parks, Culture, and Sport, the status of women, the Francophone file, and liquor and gaming regulatory.
David Merritt, Wood River constituency, Minister of Highways and Minister of Sask Bills.
Jim Ryder, Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance.
Lori Carr, MLA for Estevan Big Muddy, and I'm the Minister of Rural and Remote Health, Mental Health and Addictions, and Seniors.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeremy Cockrell. I have served as the MLA for the Battlefords, and I have the honor of being Minister of Health.
Travis Kiesig, I'm the MLA from Last Mountain Touchwood, and I currently have the privilege of serving as the Minister of the Environment, and these lights are so bright I cannot see one person in the audience.
I can see your wife.
Good morning, Eric Schmaltz, MLA for Saskatchewan Rivers, Minister of Government Relations, Minister of Métis and Northern Affairs, and Minister in charge of the Provincial Capital Commission.
Minister Small sat beside me to make me look small. Daryl Harrison, MLA for Cannington, Minister of Ag, responsible for Water Security Agency and Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation.
Looks like we're missing a couple right here. We'll wait for them to show up. Everett Hindley, MLA for Swift Current and Minister of Education.
Good morning, Terry Jensen, the MLA for Warman and the Minister of Social Services.
Good morning, everyone. Tim McLeod, the MLA for Moose Jaw North, and I'm currently serving as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General and the Minister of Corrections, Policing, Public Safety, and the Minister responsible for the Firearms Secretariat.
And I'm Jeremy Harrison, Metal Lake, and the Minister of Crown Investment Corporation.
Sorry, Warren Katie. I thought I was getting a call from President Trump. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So I'm the Minister of Trade, Export, Development. MLA for Melville Saltcote, sorry.
And there's our cabinet.
Give them a round of applause. Okay, I will, you're right, Travis. It is hard to see, isn't it, looking against these lights? I'll try and see you as you go to the microphones. There's 4 microphones in the room. And please identify yourself. So, can you see where they are?
One here and one, yeah.
Okay, number 1, I recognize you. Go ahead. You have 90. Go ahead.
No, it's not working.
Did someone turn on microphone 1?
Maybe we'll go to number 2, see if it's working. Is number 2 working?
Hello? Morning.
No, it's not either.
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
This is a great
Yep.
bear pit.
It'll be easy on you.
Can you hear me now?
Number 1, yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay,
You have 90 seconds.
David Greenwood, RM of Corman Park, number 344, Councillor. Surecom Industries is located in the RM of Corman Park for over 30 years, employing up to 140 employees. During that time, Surecom has been a Canadian leader in tire recycling, preventing environmental hazards by diverting tires from landfills. In 2023, this changed. Under the direction of the Tire Stewardship Program, used tires that were being processed in Saskatchewan are now being sent out of the province and contracted to a California company. Essentially, very little tire recycling is taking place in Saskatchewan. Yesterday, I was told CRM rubber wasn't really a United States company, even though I brought that to the attention of the minister. I see from their website the office for the head office is in Newport Beach, California. Tire Stewardship of Saskatchewan now regulates, new regulations in April of 2017 were changed, allowing the Ministry of the Environment to define, enforce in the regs and acceptable end uses, stockpiling and processing, and limit the shipping of tires outside of the province. It enables the ministry to apply oversight and enforcement procedures, including audits and penalties.
30 seconds.
My point is that Corman Park is asking that you reconsider. You do have oversight here. You have the power to enforce. The regulations limit what is being done. There should be no stockpiling. It's a danger to the province and the people that live in it. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I just want to clarify. I mean, yes, CRM is definitely an American company, but it does have offices and work sites in Alberta and Ontario. They are running recycling operations in those 2 provinces as well, so they have definite Canadian holdings. I mean, Tire Stewardship of Saskatchewan is an arm's length organization that is in charge of recycling tires all across the province of Saskatchewan. It's something that is absolutely top of mind to this government. There's always challenges when you have arm's length organizations, but it's definitely something we can keep an eye on. There is some changes coming forward. I'm hoping they're all going to be positive. Our goal here is, in my job as Minister of Environment, is to see tires recycled in the province of Saskatchewan. We want to see that keep moving forward.
I would just add to that the tire recycling in general is was much discussed on the floor of this convention a number of years ago, because if we don't have a recycling effort in place, we know where they end up. Second to that, how we set up our recycling programs, whether it be SARCAN, whatever it might be, we look for industry boards to operate and make the decisions that are in the best interest of that particular industry. The decisions that this particular board have made have been, controversial. I think they've been made for economic reasons, and from what I hear, to keep the recycling fee as low as possible. But they've been controversial on the recycling side for sure. The option is these recycling programs come in and are operated by the government. That has not traditionally been proven to be the most efficient way to operate. But we hear you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to mic number 2. You have 90 seconds.
Good morning, Premier and Cabinet. My name is Dwayne Kitsan, RM of Insinger 275. First statement I'd like to say is, Premier Scott, I really appreciated your motivational speech, but I'm going to give you my opinion is also I think you better have somebody in Cabinet or yourself. I think this is the time to do the interprovincial breakdown, because we can see Quebec and Ontario are weakening, and I think you should do that. The next question I have is to my friend, my Minister Travis in the Environment. We had our discussions. We have set up meetings, which I appreciate. But you had mentioned yesterday about the elk. Now, I guess I should make everybody aware. We're having an elk problem, and this has been going on for years. I think since 2015. Last 3 years, I've been pretty fortunate to be the one that's been advocating to have a draw, whatever. We're going to talk about it. But you had mentioned something about elk being the people's elk. And you were told yesterday that the people own it, but I told you, well, then get the people to get it off our property. Now, basically, I'm looking
30
at
seconds.
the front row here, and I figured, do we ever have a good group of people here to chase the elk off our property and I'll even offer a barbecue?
I'm
Thank you.
interested in the answer here, too.
Well, thanks for the question, Dwayne. If the snow held up, I would rip over and snowmobile over and give them a good run, but the snow's melting too rapidly, so that's not an option currently. I mean, it's top priority. We're brought in the big game management extended hunt into Wildlife Zone 39. That's going to help your area. I'm looking forward to the meeting, and you know, we're always looking at studying the biologist numbers to maintain a successful elk hunt, but also keep a stable population.
Can I ask you a question on that? You've seen some of the hunts that have come out, the additional tags. There's talk of depredation tags. A few years ago, we had looked at that. The allocation of those is something that we had a discussion with SARM on. Your recommendation?
Sorry?
I'd like to hear your recommendation.
Well, my recommendations was what I told you, Scott, is 2 years ago. I said we need one open season and see what we actually get bagged out. One open season, because the population, and I'll be honest with you, we've never seen a March hunt, and I know what this March hunt is all about. It's to find out if the elk has TB. And science can tell me all these things. Science said that the avian flu cannot cross over to the beef industry, and it did in the dairy industry in the States, and I'm really worried of us as beef producers, it crossing to the beef. I don't want to go through another BSC. I don't have very many years left on this earth. That's my opinion, sorry.
Open hunt. Good.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll go to microphone number 4 now.
Is this on? I'm Dan Barber, the RM Susk Landing, just north of Swift Current at Sturt Valley. This is for Everett Hindley and the Premier. We lost our school 3 years ago, lightning fire. A tough one for me because I'm the fire chief, along with being on council. But we've been fighting with our school system for 3 years. We have pilings in the ground right now from a year ago. And our education system, which I'll be very short about this, do not allow the RMs to amalgamate any more than they are, because when we allowed our health system and our school system to amalgamate, we lost control. So we need someone to step forward. I know it's an insurance policy, and I know the government says, okay, it's not a big deal, but we have kids right now that are on buses for an hour on gravel to get. And if we don't get our school back, we're going to lose our community, because as all people know, all over here, look at your own system. If you lost your school in your town, what would you have left? So
30 seconds left.
we need someone to step forward and build us a school. It is also our own community center, was the gym, which we put major money into it when it was built, and nobody's talking to us. You can't get our education system to tell us what's going on with the school system. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Dan. Good to see you. And thanks. We've had a couple of chats here earlier this winter. By way of an update, I'm working on a letter right now from myself. It'll go to the Chinook School Division, to the chair of the board, who I have spoken to and met with. First off, the school in Stewart Valley will be rebuilt, full stop. There is no doubt about that. I have reaffirmed my commitment to that. Not only as the education minister, but also so has the local MLA, Blaine McLeod. So I'm in the process of sending a letter to the Chinook School Division offering the assistance of myself as minister and of our ministry team, if there's any assistance that we can provide to make sure that we expedite this project, to make sure we get it done. Secondly, and I don't know if this has been communicated to you as of yet, I just found this out on Monday, but I understand that the Chinook School Division and the board has initiated legal proceedings against the insurance companies because of the protracted delays that have been underway as a result, and so that has begun. Again, my letter will go out shortly, and we'll do whatever we can from the Ministry of Education and myself personally as the minister responsible to make sure that we get the Stewart Valley School rebuilt ASAP.
Okay, we'll go to mic number 1. I've seen you've been standing there for quite a while, Jason.
We're on. Jason LeBlanc, RM5, Estevan. We have approximately 2,000 representatives in this room here today. I'm not sure if these people or the 1.2 million residents in Saskatchewan realize the good news that the Premier Scott Moe, Minister of Crown Investments Jeremy Harrison, and our own MLA, Minister Laurie Carr, have done for the province in this past month. And what I want to bring up is continuing coal makes sense if you care about affordable and reliable baseload power. Our RM of Estevan is known as the RM of SaskPower. We are not a fan of the renewables because it has been proven to not be reliable. It was very refreshing to see your interview in the Pipeline Online in January when you said that you would be looking at continuing coal for years to come. I know that the ground keeps shifting under your feet with the ridiculous mandates made by the federal government, but yet you three, you stood up for Saskatchewan, and I just wanted to say thank you for what you did for us.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, I'll maybe weigh in on that. Thanks so much, Jason, for your leadership as well in the RM of Estevan. It's been genuinely appreciated. So I want to maybe just start by saying, you know, our objective here is to get to nuclear. As far as our future power generation mix in this province, really we are very committed to getting to nuclear. But the question is, how do we get to nuclear? What is our bridge energy source as we get to nuclear? And what do we prioritize in getting to that future? And from my perspective, and I think very much from our colleagues' perspectives and the Premier's perspective, what we have focused on is reliability and affordability. That's what we heard from all of you. That's what we heard from the electorate during the election campaign as being the two priorities about how we get to that nuclear future, with a real focus on energy security. How do we make sure that we are able to secure the resource that is going to be generating our electricity here in this province? And I can tell you, I genuinely believe that coal has a future. And we had talked about that even prior to the last election and committing to continuing operation of Boundary Dam Unit 3 and continuing operation of Shand. And this is the decision of the province. I do not care what Stephen Guilbeault or Jonathan Wilkinson or Mark Carney have to say. This is constitutionally our decision about what our power generation future is going to look like. So we have committed to our employees of SaskPower, who do a fantastic job, by the way, and I can tell you it's a bit of a sidebar in doing the inventory and technical work on our existing coal-fired generation. We owe them a great debt of gratitude for the amazing work that they have done in keeping those facilities that are now 4 or 5 decades old in remarkably good condition, such that we have the opportunity to make this decision. And I can tell you there are other provinces across the country that wish they had the opportunity to make this decision. But really, we are looking at this through the context and through the lens of energy security, of making sure we are securing our future. Right now, unfortunately, we are bringing in 90% of our natural gas from outside of this province, Alberta or the United States. I don't want that tap ever turned off. What we have is a multi-hundred-year supply of coal that is within miles of our power generation facility. So, you know, we're going to be working through this. I'm not making the final or formal announcement. That you know, decision has yet to be finally made. But you know, I think it's pretty clear about what we're looking at, and you know, we're going to make this decision in the best interest of the people of this province, notwithstanding what the federal government have to say.
Thank you. We're going to go to microphone number 2 next.
Good morning, Morris Karkachuk, RM277. I think in the sense or in the concept of inclusion, that the ministers should not be allowed to leave until at least one question is answered by all of them. So let's make an effort to make sure we include everybody. And to that light, I'm going to ask a question of the Social Services Minister, because nobody ever asks him a question. I don't want to feel left out. Are you have any plans to, this is going to be a good one, do you have any plans to require welfare recipients to have a drug test before they get benefits?
Nope. There we go. Thanks for the question, Morris, and good morning to you too as well. When it comes to drug tests for income assistance recipients, I think this goes back to maybe a larger problem that we have, and I think the Premier addressed that earlier. When we have a fentanyl and crystal meth issue in our province and across Canada for that matter. These drugs are poison. We know that, and that's why we're taking the steps that we are through, through the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions with Minister Carr, with Minister McLeod in Corrections Policing and Public Safety in terms of enforcement and getting those drugs off our street. There is no doubt that these drugs have caused a lot of homelessness across Saskatchewan, particularly in our 4 cities of Saskatoon, Regina, Prince Albert, and Moose Jaw, which then points to our plan to help those who have maybe succumbed to a life of addictions, and that's in terms of getting them treatment, and also being able to provide them with wraparound supports so they can get themselves clean. We can then provide supports to get them into some stable, safe housing. So I don't think there's any appetite necessarily to test individuals for an addiction that they largely have fallen into. I think the best course of action is getting them into treatment, getting them into those treatment beds that we're committed to with the 500 and likely more. So that's where this ministry stands, is trying to assist people to get off those drugs so they can then return to society and live a very healthy life.
Thank you. Maybe you got any adding comments?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think it's a question that comes up on, but just a little bit to add to, how things have changed in this space, in particular in the drug space, and so fair question. Let's look at that individual that may be using, may be collecting social assistance, may have 2 or 3 kids at home as well, and so the problem of collecting social assistance, albeit one challenge. The larger challenge is when you're using drugs, what kind of a parent are you to these 2 or 3 kids, and what are you leaving society with over the next number of years with respect to the opportunities those children are going to have? And so, how do we as a government lean into this space with understanding that the drugs of today are not the drugs of yesterday? They're incredibly addictive and possessive, and they bring someone from a level where you could, if you wanted to work hard enough, attain and of course aspire to do anything in this world, to a level of where your biggest goal is to stay sober today, if you can get to that level of recovery. And so what we are focused on when I talk about recovery and enforcement is we're going to provide every recovery opportunity for those friends, family members, community members that unfortunately have succumbed to a life with addictions. But if you find yourselves on our streets doing whatever it is you're doing, that's not the place for you. The place for you is a recovery bed, and we're going to make it available. And then we're going to increase the laws, and we're going to advocate at the federal level to increase the laws, and we're going to increase the number of enforcement officers so that if you still choose to be on the streets and using and creating disturbances and participating in criminal activity, you won't be on the streets anymore. And so it is providing that recovery opportunity, but becoming behind it with enforcement to clean up our streets and make our communities safe. And that is the goal and the target of this government. That's how we're going to eradicate these drugs from our communities, and in doing so, greatly lower some of the crimes, property crimes, and other criminal acts that we're seeing. And so that's where our focus is.
Thank you. We'll now move to microphone number 3.
It's on? Hey, Joe Huffnagel here, RM 502. I got a girl in grade 11, and she's having nightmares, coming back telling us that she's worried about her family committing suicide. So this question is to the minister, and it's to Scott Moe. I want to know why in the heck in the Saskatchewan curriculum you would want to teach kids with a developing brain and the entire rest of their life ahead of them about MAID. Like, what absolute reasoning would you have to teach these kids in grade 11 about committing suicide?
Thanks for the question, and appreciate that bringing that to my attention. I can certainly talk to. Sorry, which RM, which school division are we in?
It's 502, so she's Lloyd Public School.
Lloydminster Public School. Okay. We can certainly have that conversation with the Lloydminster School Division and the ministry team provincially, just in terms of MAID being part of the high school curriculum. I can certainly look into it. I got officials here in the room, so if you want to connect afterwards, we can get your name and phone number and then do some appropriate follow-up and take a closer look into this, okay? Thanks.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, it's important for everybody here. I mean, they all got kids in school.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and
Appreciate
I would just encourage, with the RM, also communicate with the school division. Communicate with the school division, the concerns that you have, and this goes more broadly across the province. You know, we have 27 duly elected school divisions here as well that we support through funding, and but operationally we aren't even aware, as in this case, of everything that is happening at the classroom level and even at the school division level at times. And so, don't ever hesitate as a municipal leader to suggest, if you're having this discussion around your municipal table, to communicate it with your local school division as well. Communicate it as us as well, and we'll look into it. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 4.
Mike Guerin with RM of Mount Hope. I asked this question yesterday, but it's important for every RM that's going to be taking over a village. Minister of Governor Relations, he said yesterday that there are no forced takeovers, and they're all voluntary. But if we don't take them over, am I correct in saying you will write an order and we'll get them anyway? So it'd be forced. Who's going to pay for the debt of this particular situation, that they're $100,000 in the hole already and climbing? And who's regulating the urbans from not overspending? They keep spending, assuming the RM's going to take them over. There's no accountability. There's nothing stopping them in the transition phase. And if we take them over, this could bankrupt the RM.
You have 30 seconds.
We're talking millions to clean up this mess. There's sewer, water, derelict buildings, tons of them. And that's my question.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the question. We did have this discussion yesterday in the dialogue session, and thank you for bringing that up yesterday to my attention. Obviously, we've had conversations at the ministerial level about your situation in particular and other situations like this. Small urban communities sprung up from rural areas initially. They have the right to be governed, and I brought this up yesterday that most people in this room would agree that the provincial government doesn't know what's best or what's going on in your community at the local level. You do. That's why you're here. That's why you're the leaders of your local community. As far as the program in order to transition some of these communities back into the RMs from where they came, there is a need for that to happen. We provide supports through community and transition funding. We provide the 10 years worth of MRS funding for municipalities having to take over some of these smaller centers. They provide the 10 years of that community's MRS funding to the RMs that are taking it over. We also provide within legislation for the community, or the RMs that are taking it over, to provide for a special service area for that community. So it's not blended into it's not taken over, in the books by the RM, it's part of its own service area. So we obviously, there's the other issues of derelict buildings that come in with some of this stuff. And we've made decisions in government to take this on. We've heard you at this level here today and at the SUMA convention as well to help you mitigate some of those risks in taking on some of those issues. Now, obviously, if you're concerned with some of these things, you can reach out to government relations at any time. We can help provide information for you. We can help navigate and find pathways through some of these issues. So it's a difficult thing. As far as broad-based amalgamation, forced amalgamation with RMs being forced to come together, that battle was hard fought by members and ministers sitting in front of you here today, one being Minister Dave Merritt and the great Singh Harrison. Those people were very instrumental in ensuring that we are able to maintain the independence of every RM in this province. So thank you for the question.
Travis Keesik just has a little bit to add, and I would maybe just provide a little bit of insight on maybe what a path forward might look like. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, thanks, Premier. Yeah, Mike, I mean, the Village of Quinton looks to me like an absolutely ideal training scenario for your volunteer fire departments with our new pilot project. There's going to be a lot of opportunities there for some incredible training opportunities for your world-class volunteer firefighters in that communities, and I want to thank them all for their hard work and their service. And definitely reach out anytime with any questions, Mike.
Sorry, I was just talking with Bill about this. You know, we need to adapt as we move along, and that's really the true value of this bear pit for myself in the years that I've had the honor of serving in government and serving in cabinet and now in this current position. Is it gives us a great insight into the priorities of communities from corner to corner in this province in just a couple of hours. And so it is, and this is one where I think things have changed over the years. Eric, Minister Schmaltz, pardon me, had mentioned that, you know, we talk about not forcing amalgamation. Well, that comes from a concern that came from the floor of this convention 20 years ago around amalgamating RMs across the province. And I think we've been pretty clear where the government position is on that. I think that's clear to everyone in this room. However, the times have changed where we have some communities that are growing and will, you know, form their own community, whether it be a resort or whatever that might be. So we have that happening. But then we also have some communities that are, you know, shrinking as our children will move to larger communities and closer to schools and things of that nature. And this is an example of that. And so what I just talked with Bill about is we're going to have, and Minister Schmaltz, I'd ask you to lead on this, just have a little bit of a conversation with SARM. Well, not a little bit, have an engagement with SARM on, you know, what the path forward might look like in this space, because it's happening with quite a bit more frequency than maybe it did 10 years ago. It didn't come to the floor of this assembly 10 years ago like it has the last couple of years. And so I think that's an initiative that we're going to take out of this bear pit, is to do some collaborative work with SARM on, and, you know, can we, you know, work together in this space to support our rural municipalities, which are often asked to absorb some of these you know, villages and turn them back into hamlets, essentially.
Thank you, Premier, for that. For those of you that were at the midterm convention in January in Regina, I did speak briefly about amalgamation and what SARM's position is, and we're certainly opposed to forced amalgamation, but we are certainly open to negotiations with villages, towns, and hamlets, and of course the Ministry of Government Relations, and look forward to working together. So I'll go to microphone number 1 now. Blair.
Good morning. Blair Cummins, RM of Blucher 343. My question is for the Minister of Devil Day Off. I have the honor of representing rural Saskatchewan on the Medical Admissions Board at USask. And in that position, I had the distinct pleasure of interviewing probably 32 of the most brightest, articulate, and motivated people I've ever met in my life. The sad part about that process is only 3 of them might be able to continue their quest to be part of the graduating class of 2028 out of the college. The college receives this year received almost 1,000 applications to participate in either the MD program or the PA program. at the college, and out of that, only 108 will make it. So my question is, how can we get more spots at USask to graduate more doctors?
Thank you very much for the question, and it is an absolute priority, make no mistake about it, with this government to ensure that we have a thriving medical college, that we have as many seats as possible. When we became government in 2007, there was about 60 seats. We've moved that to 96, to 100, to 104, to now 108. It sounds like a small increase, but indeed we have to have the doctors, the teachers, the facilities, and it is something that the Minister of Health and myself and the Minister of Education, we have talked about already. We want to make it an absolute priority to enhance that. We are doing things as well to enhance other healthcare providers. We are certainly looking at physician assistants. It's a new program. We're going to have 20 entering the University of Saskatchewan this fall, this September. So it's a program that is being enhanced across the country. We're at the forefront of it. Nurse practitioners, we are certainly encouraging the education of nurses. We're educating LPNs to become RNs. We're asking RNs to become nurse practitioners, and they're able to do most things that doctors are able to do. And we're very engaged in enhanced scope of practice for pharmacists and for nurse practitioners across the province. If anything we learned from COVID is that we can enhance those scope of practice, but be rest assured that this is an absolute priority for our government to make sure that we have as many physicians and trying to make as many Saskatchewan physicians as possible so they can continue their residence in our province and continue to work in rural Saskatchewan and in remote areas and in Saskatoon and Regina. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Premier, you got comments?
Jeremy Cock will have a comment, and I might as well.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Blair. And I'll just say I've had several discussions with the College of Medicine already about ensuring that we have as many opportunities for Saskatchewan students to train in the field of medicine as possible. It's my understanding that currently at the College of Medicine at the U of S, about 75% of the seats are taken up by Saskatchewan students. Now, I talked about this. It was actually Dave Zare who raised this in one of the dialogue sessions from Churchbridge area yesterday, just around residency seats, because it's not just important to have training seats, but it's important to have residency seats so that medical graduates have the opportunity to do their residency in regional and rural communities. Provincial budget is next week. I think you're going to see our government take a further step forward on improving and enhancing residency opportunities, because I think what we've noticed is there's a much clearer correlation between where people train and where they end up practicing. And so resident training seats, obviously we want to look at increasing that. Minister Cheveldayoff talked to that, but residency seats are a key priority for us, and in making sure that those residency seats are not only in Regina and Saskatoon, not only in the specialties that we need, but in family medicine in our rural and remote communities. You're going to probably see us take a step forward on that next week.
I would just add to that, there's really 3 spaces here, and if you have input on any of these spaces, and I offer this to anyone in the room, but our training seats at the College of Medicine went from 60 to 108 today. Is that the right number? I don't know moving forward, but you can't increase those without increasing and having a correlating number of residency training seats. That's why all of our physician residents aren't in Saskatoon, as they need to spread beyond that. And then last but not least is the retention. We need to keep them here. Where they serve as a physician resident is part of that. And Andrew Will is here, the CEO of the SHA, and he'll be listening to this as well. So it's training seats, it's the residency seats, but it's also how we work together on the retention. And this is one of the changes that happened in the last year, where we pulled out what used to be, and I'm an old healthcare volunteer recruiter from the community side from before I was elected. And I can remember the Physician Recruitment Agency of Saskatchewan, which was called for from this floor for numerous conventions. That morphed into what was known as SAS Docs. It's now been pulled out, refocused, not just on physicians, but on all healthcare professionals. I saw Terry Harris just before I came up for the bear pit here. So she's here listening as well. She's the head of the Health Recruitment Agency, the Provincial Health Recruitment Agency. And so if you have suggestions on how our Provincial Health Recruitment Agency can overlay with things that you're doing locally to attract not just physicians but other healthcare providers into your community and into your region as well, I encourage you to reach out to our provincial agency and make your suggestions so that we can work together to recruit healthcare professionals into what is a very competitive environment across Canada and across North America right now. So those are a few of the initiatives and a few of the people that are there. I need to add to that, actively looking at how can we expand the scope of practice, expand how we can encourage more healthcare professionals to do more in your community wherever you live in the province, and that's actively underway in the government as well.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 2. John?
Thank you. Is this on?
Yes, it is. We can hear you.
Thank you. John Wagner, RM of Piapot. I would like to thank you, Premier Moe, and your cabinet for attending our convention. I want to ask you about the continuous regulations that keep rolling out of Regina. In his first term, President Trump said that the biggest bang for the buck was his policy of no new regulation until 10 old regulations were discarded. In the end, it was a 1-to-30 ratio, but the net effect was that when the government got out of the way, the private sector took over and prospered. We're seeing endless regulations coming out of Regina, whether it's certification of bulk propane tanks on our farm, that's nothing more than a money grab, or ISC requiring chartered accountants to do audits for little condo units, museums, and more, which is not warranted. All I have to do is add the word safety and environment, and it's law. And it's not too bad for us on the rural roads because we just do something different. But in the small urbans, every time you go to do something that should cost about $4,000, once government's involved, you're looking at $40,000 to meet some standards that might apply in Regina or Saskatoon. The biggest threat I see for the survival of rural small-town Saskatchewan is Regina and Ottawa. Ronald Reagan once said that the most terrifying words you can hear is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." I know you think you have this handled, but believe me, you don't. Maybe it's time to consider the 1-to-10 ratio. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. You just went over 1 or 2 seconds, John. You're real good.
I'll start with Minister Schmaltz, and then Minister Keating and I might have a few comments as well, but thank you, John.
Thank you, John, and appreciate you always at these SARM conventions. I've been coming to these conventions on the other side of this podium for a while, and John's always been a vocal advocate for his community and for SARM as well. With respect to regulation, actually this most recent last few months here, we've announced that for home building, the building codes, and specifically the energy efficiency modeling for building a new house in this province, we were at Tier 2. We were ahead of the other 3 provinces across, to our east and west. We were on our path to heading to Tier 3. We recognized that as a government. We rolled it back with consultation with our building associations, thereby eliminating a cost on a new home construction by at least $15,000. Further to that, in conversation with my counterpart in Alberta, we realized that we were at Tier 2. We rolled that back again to Tier 1, where they were, and Manitoba is, and that eliminated a further $500 to $7,500 off of the cost of construction. As a government, we understand the need for regulatory reduction, and unnecessary regulation adds cost to projects. And we continue with an eye to that in everything we're doing daily. We do have a red tape reduction committee that we have within government. They are doing work every day. There are several of those members out in the audience here today. So we appreciate that you see it as a concern. We see it as a concern as well, and we work to that every day.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to microphone number...
Bill, could I just,
Travis has
could I just say a word?
Yes.
It just took me a minute, John, to get my thoughts organized. I thought we were going to talk about incinerators. But I just...
We should.
No, well, I'm going to. But I really want you to know that I have the support of the Premier, this Cabinet, and this caucus, and that's how I was able to roll out the derelict building program. And I'm going to see that rolled out seamlessly, John, and then I'm going to take, with your help and your team, we're going to take another look at the incinerators and see what we can move forward with on that. So definitely want you to keep advocating, John, and don't ever give up.
And I feel every word you say, John, because we also feel overregulated from time to time because we deal with a national government. And, you know, I think of some of the regulations and requirements that come in the healthcare field, for example, that you have to meet in that space. That previous healthcare ministers and current healthcare ministers up here that can speak to that. And it becomes awfully expensive to, you know, not only, I understand, meet all of the regulations that are there, but to report out on them and every thing that goes with that. So we see that as well as a provincial government at a slightly different nuance to it. But what I would say to everyone in this room is, is it on the government relations website? But there is a link to a red tape reduction committee that we have that is elected politicians. The emails that come in on that link come directly to that elected committee. And they will deal with it as they meet on a weekly or as often as they needed basis. There hasn't been a lot of emails into that red tape reduction committee on you know, a regulation that is providing a challenge for your municipality or for an industry that's looking at locating in your community. And so I just encourage everyone, and we can forward you the link and you can send it out to it's in Trade and Export Development, it's in Warren Keating's department. I would ask you this though, identify the problem and if you can, identify a solution as well, because things move a lot quicker when we have some direction from you.
Thank you. John, quickly.
Incinerator, do you want me to respond to the incinerator? Like we will certainly work with you, Minister Keswick, on the incinerator. We're not bringing other companies in because they're losing money dealing with us. So if you're willing to sit down and look at something, we're certainly willing to do it. You know, there's an old saying that arguing with a farmer's like wrestling with a pig in the mud. After a while, you realize they're enjoying it. So it's not that I enjoy arguing about it, but I want to see something done, and we're not going to give up. Thank you.
Oh. I look forward to the opportunity to work with you, John. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. We're going to move to microphone number 3.
Good day. Sheldon McLean, RM Winslow, 319. I'm here wearing my other hat in the community with Daycare Board. I brought this forward a year ago at a microphone. The $10 daycare has been beneficial to community. We run daycare with 40-plus kids. We have 27 families, 13 employees, and we know there's a lot of problems wrapped around that system. I know the Minister of Education is quite aware, but I just want to bring one thing to light today, and that's the wage grid. We've looked at 2024, and we've taken a really good look at their costs, and the wages is where it's really killing us. We are in an RM of 1,200 people. We have a hard time bringing in employment. A lot of them don't have ECC level training, which we're working towards, but they're not included in the grid. And that grid saves our bottom line. We ran red all through 2024.
30 seconds left.
We're trying to work our way out of that, but our minimum wage went up 13.33%. The wage grid only moves 6%, and we can only request a 3% increase on our income. So our hands are tied on our income, our hands are tied on our wage grid, and it's all governed by you. So we need you to take a good look at that, if you have a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Sheldon, and by us, but also by the federal government as well. Since being appointed as minister responsible for education for this portfolio as well, around child care, I've been getting up to speed, talking to people involved in the sector about what's been working really well when it comes to that particular program, but also where there's some concerns. So just on that, there's been a lot of discussion about that as of late, and how come Saskatchewan hasn't signed on on to the extension of the $10 a day daycare, I would say this. Just because we haven't signed on yet doesn't mean we're not signing on. We are still open to negotiating with the federal government. This was a 5-year agreement, and prior to February 6th, when our officials received an email or a letter from the federal minister responsible giving us a 2-week deadline to renegotiate, we thought we had plenty of time to be able to sit down with the federal government and say, talk to our daycare operators, talk to parents, talk to families, talk to communities, and see what is working and what do we need to tweak and make changes to prior to re-signing an extension of that particular agreement. So we've always been open to that. We think that it would be incumbent upon us, and also, frankly, responsible for us to be able to have those conversations with communities and with daycare operators to say, how can we address some of the gaps and the challenges that are there? Because I know as minister and MLA, I have been hearing that. I've been meeting with the daycare operators and communities and families across the province who have said, as I said earlier, that this is working well. But if we get a chance to redo this again, there's some things we would like to tweak. And that's, what we're continuing to try to do is to try to renegotiate that and make sure that if we're going to continue this program, that we do make it better and that we consider the sustainability of it. Because it does come with the cost, of course, and an investment into our families and kids and communities. Just around the wage grid issue, that is one of the concerns that has been flagged with me by the sector. As a matter of fact, I spoke to a daycare operator about some of the specifics around that just last week, and that is part of why we want to have these in-depth consultations, why we don't want to be rushing into re-signing this agreement until we can address some of these concerns. We need to make sure that it is sustainable, that it does work for families, that it does work for communities. So that work is happening at the officials level. We continue to consult with the sector around the wage grid, around the training opportunities, around the early child educator course, and what are other things and changes we need to consider there as well. But we're actively involved in it and hoping to make some decisions on that fairly soon. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much. We'll move to microphone number 4.
Jody Dukart with RM Coalfields number 4. I'm kind of yelling too hard here, but probably just going to echo what our neighbors to the west had said regarding the coal plants. In RM4, we'd like to take the opportunity to express our gratitude towards the government, Mr. Moe, Minister Jeremy Harrison, and Minister Carr for having a second look at the provincial power plant fleet in the southeast part of the province. Not only with this refurbishment of this fleet, it keeps good paying union jobs and also brings 5,000 indirect jobs within our community. With the uncertainty in this world when it comes to the power grid, everybody should support this. Our electricity in this province is critical, and just going on with the climate issues that we're having, and just think everybody should support it. Thanks.
Thanks for the question.
Thanks for that, Jody. And when I did have an opportunity to answer a question, I was going to actually address this. It's not just SaskPower that this affects. Like, we have hundreds of coal miners within this province, which one of them is Jody, that just spoke to us today. So this is a huge policy for the province, and it keeps things affordable for everybody, not just the region of Estevan and Coronach. There are hundreds of jobs there that are going to be saved because of this policy change that you have with this Sask Party government. And I don't know that that would happen if there were any government sitting in this seat today. I think you would see those jobs go by the wayside. I think you would see them kowtowing to federal regulations. And so that's what we're here doing for you, is we're standing up for you as citizens of Saskatchewan. And it's just, thank you so much to all of the workers that are out there, and I appreciate everything you do, and it's nice to have a refreshing change of opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy?
Sure. Thanks, Premier. And Jody, thanks so much for the question, and thanks so much for what you do as a hardworking coal miner, and through you to your colleagues. Please thank them on behalf of the government for what they've done and continue to do in the face of really some significant opposition from elements. And that's really what I wanted to put out to folks as we work through this toward the decision point. I want to make clear we're going to be severely criticized as a government, and SaskPower would be severely criticized for continuing the use of coal if we make that decision in the interest of this province. So I would really ask for the support, and I thank so much to Jason and Jody and your RMs, and the City of Estevan have been great as well. But we need you to be vocal about this, about the importance of maintaining the reliability, affordability, and energy security for this province, why we are making the right decision for our province. I know you will in advance, but I just want to put it out there because the attacks are coming. They're coming from the media, they're coming from the opposition, they're coming from the federal Liberals. We need you to be vocally supportive and telling the story about why this is the right decision for this province, and I thank you in advance for that.
Just a quick comment on that. With the layering of policies that we've seen over the last 8 or 9 years, much come from the federal government. Many supported their Liberal policies, but they've been supported by the federal NDP time and time again, and the provincial NDP at times. As I said, the first of them was the implementation of a carbon tax across the sector, including in the electricity generation sector. We challenged that to the Supreme Court of Canada, and you know, our local NDP said that was a pointless crusade. Well, no, it wasn't. Because what has been lost in, whether it be the carbon taxation conversation, whether it be the coal phase-out conversation, whether it be the clean electricity regulations, is when you layer these regulations to the earlier question on top of one another, the price of power goes up. And that's the part of this conversation that Canadians have not been discussing. If you go into renewables in too large of a way, your reliability will be sacrificed as well. That's a part of this discussion that we haven't lost sight of it in this province, but Canadians have lost sight of ensuring that we have a reliable, affordable power grid for all Canadians to access. And so we are making decisions specifically focused on those two items so that we can continue to attract industries here, to create jobs, to add value to our exports, but most importantly, to ensure that you have some of the most affordable power rates and access to reliable power in what you do each and every day, and most consequently, in how you heat your home.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 1.
Good morning. My name is Marianne Knaus. I'm the RM of Prairie Rose number 309. I have a question. First of all, I want to say I think it's awesome that you're investing money into education and healthcare. I no longer have children in high school or elementary school, but I do have grandchildren, and I worry for their future. What I would like to know is when the teachers were on strike, and first of all, I'm not a teacher, and I've never been, none of my family are teachers. When they were on strike on the news, we often heard that the government doesn't negotiate with STF, they negotiate with the school board. And the same goes for health. You negotiate with SHA and whoever, not the nurses. But how do you ensure that the funds that you're investing into education and into healthcare are actually going where they're needed when you totally rely on the school division?
Thank you.
Thanks, Marianne. Thanks for the question and the comments just around the education sector. So, yeah, we negotiate with the SDF through the Government Trustee Bargaining Committee, but we fund the school divisions around the operating and the decision-making of what happens within the boundaries of the 27 different school divisions around the province, and try to make sure that collaboration happens. Since being appointed as Minister of Education, I've been trying really hard to make sure that we continue to build that collaboration between myself, the Government of Saskatchewan, the Ministry of Education, and also all of the groups that are involved and stakeholders that are part of the education system. So I have been having meetings over the past number of weeks and months with the leadership of the Saskatchewan Teachers Federation. President Beacott and I have had a number of very positive conversations. As a matter of fact, I saw her just earlier this morning at a conference that I spoke at prior to coming to SARM. I've had the opportunity to meet with a few of these school boards and school divisions around the province, and to gain their perspective. Education is a shared responsibility, and this government has made some record investments into the education sector, both on the capital side, but also on the operating piece as well. We're grateful for the arbitrator's report that came out last week, which a couple things commented on the salary offer, which was precisely in line with what the government had been offering throughout the whole process, and we're looking forward to the ratification of that agreement. The other part of it talks about how we address address some of the growing challenges in our schools around classroom size and complexity, and how, you know, in urban municipalities we're faced with some different challenges than we are faced in rural municipalities. In Saskatoon and Regina, predominantly classroom size, which is why a number of the significant investments made into capital have been in those major cities. But on the rural side, making sure that we're funding the PMR, or the Preventative Maintenance and Renewal budget, so that smaller rural schools have the ability to invest dollars to extend the life of their schools as well. And the budget's coming out next week. You'll see a bit more information around that. Secondly, just around the complexity piece, and the Premier talked a bit about K-3 education and K-3 reading, but the investment into our specialized support classrooms, the pilot that started a year ago into 8 schools, expanding that into 200 more schools across the province. I've had a chance to visit one of those firsthand and learn about that and how it's working. So I think that there is an opportunity to continue to collaborate and invest into the education system.
Just to add to that, because I think this is an important thing for us all to remember as residents is, yeah, we do negotiate with the Saskatchewan Teachers Federation more broadly, but then we fund the school divisions for all of their operations. In the full school divisions, there's 27 of them duly elected, like you are in this room, like we are, I suppose, at the provincial level as well. And they manage the general day-to-day operations of the schools and what happens within those schools. And so as a municipal council, but also as an individual, as you said, I don't have children in school anymore, but I certainly have an interest in what is happening in our local schools, because I have grandchildren that are likely going to find their way into that. So communicate with your Board of Education. They're duly elected by you. They handle and operate the schools and manage the schools and employ the teachers. So we don't employ the teachers. We fund the school divisions. They employ all of their staff that are there with whatever they do. And so open up the lines of communication with your division trustee and with your school division, whether it be at the RM council level or whether it be as an individual parent or grandparent. I think it's important that they are hearing from the people that they represent.
Thank you. We can't hear you. Your microphone is off.
Is it on? We live in a small area where we have lots of new immigrants, lots of Filipinos, Ukrainians, and that's great because it keeps our small communities going. Except the children come to school, they don't know how to read and write English, and as Premier Moe, as you said, kindergarten to 3 is so important, which it is. How do you help those early education years and the teachers that are trying to also help children who can already speak English to read and write, but then they also have to help children who don't even speak English?
Okay. What I would say is you talk to your school division, because if there was a funding flow that came from a certain government and a 9% increase last year that had in it some pilot projects around specialized support classrooms for instances just like that, to provide specialized support in certain classrooms, and that pilot project went rather well, and then that same government happened to win an election and came forward with a speech from the throne and committed to expanding that program, and in a week's time you're going to see the Minister of Finance rise to his feet, and he may or may not fund the expansion of that program in next week's budget. But your school division should know the concerns that you have around how that funding could be helpful in that particular school for those residents because of the immigrant population that may be localized there for work reasons or whatever. And so this is the importance of communicating with your school division, is so that when funding flows change and priorities come to light, that they're aware of the concerns of their constituents. Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Howell Griffith, Reeve of RM of Clayton 333. We have shares in the Norquay Fire Department and RM of Keys and the Village of Hyas, and we are having trouble collecting from Crown agencies regarding 911 calls, and I don't think we're the only fire department having issues with that. Example, Sask Energy, they're leaking gas beside the highway. We rerouted traffic, and they said, we didn't call you, we're not paying you. Sask Power in the Village of Hyas, a line went down in a storm, and they gave us some excuse it's not in the right of way. And we've had a couple SGI calls, and they only, 15 miles out of town, and they're only paying a third to half of what we're billing. We are, clocked in and clocked out, and we're out $15,000 or $16,000 in the last 2 years, and we took it to our MLA, and nothing's happening there.
Question. You're going to take that, Minister Harrison?
Yeah, I will absolutely. No, appreciate the comments. Obviously not familiar with the specifics, but what we will do is commit to make sure we have those specifics taken. And I know there's a number of folks around the room who will be from the Crowns, and we will follow up on those individual items and make them right. So appreciate your comments.
Thank you. We will go to microphone number 3.
Lloyd Seymour, RM of Connaught, 457. Further to this first question. Volunteer fire departments are the backbone of our rural and small communities. Budgets are stretched to the point that some of our fire departments are actually closing their doors because they can't afford to stay open anymore. In 2016, SGI had pledged to increase funding for the MVAs, which happened, but in my opinion is still not enough. The province increases public safety spending every year, but still does not provide any funding to our volunteer fire departments. My ask is that the province commit to helping fund volunteer fire departments and that SGI reevaluate their funding module as well.
Checking. Yeah, my microphone's working now.
Premier's asked me to speak to this. If I remember right, through SPSA, we increased funding to volunteer fire departments, and I'm just curious if that was an adequate amount, or maybe what we're hearing is that we need to see more, or, I guess on top of that, do we need to see more training? I know I've got the fire school in my constituency in Melville, and I know they're really back on their feet now in full operations, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to ensure that we've got more training for our volunteer fire departments through the fire school as well.
Yeah, and I was, why I was walking around here is I was trying to remember who was the minister last year and the year before where we made some initiatives and as to what exactly they were, because they just escaped me the details of them now. Over the last number of years, actually, and some were focused on, how do we better support volunteer firefighters? Because you're exactly right, and I think in fairness, what a volunteer fire department is being called out to do has very much changed in the last 10 to 15 years with respect to essentially being a first responder. And there's vehicle accidents, whereas before it used to be an errant stubble fire 20 years ago. So it is very much morphed in that space, and we have tried to come forward with a number of initiatives that really have two focuses on them. One is how do we better support the volunteer fire departments from a capital as well as an operational perspective, and two is, because there is significant capital, whether it be the trucks or the buildings or the suits, and then two is how do we actually support the volunteer fire department volunteers so that we have a robust number of volunteers in each of the fire departments as well. But here's what we will commit to doing, working with your organization, Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, on looking at what has changed over the last number of years, and looking forward how we can open up discussions, and we've had them I know in the last number of years on what some of the immediate challenges are for the volunteer fire department as well as the volunteers that are just that, volunteers in our community, to see if there's opportunities for us to go further. So very well-placed question, and I think if I could just through you and to anyone else that is involved with their volunteer fire department is just to understanding what they do today when they're called out to virtually anything on our roads and in our communities is through you and everyone else. Just say thank you to each of them. I have no other words.
Thank you. You done, Mr. Premier? Yeah.
We'll go to microphone number 4.
Leonard Junip, the Arm of Anskoy. You said here at the start of your speech that you were funding municipal police departments that are funded by the municipalities. And yes, you did. It went to Regina, Saskatoon, and PA. But what about the rural municipal police departments? There is us. We work closely with Corman Park. We work closely with Delmany. And we can't seem to get any additional funding to help our small police departments from the provincial government. We pretty well have to have them because our RCMP coverage amounts to close to nothing. And the costs of our police department are borne completely on the backs of our ratepayers. And if you want to talk about fire departments, we'll talk to you about that, because basically all we've ever got is a thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Well, thanks very much for the question. And I mean, as the Premier indicated earlier, the focus, large focus of this government is to be increasing the boots on the ground police services across the province for our rural communities, for our urban communities, for our First Nations communities. And certainly in some of our smaller communities, as you pointed out there, the RCMP service is stretched very thin, and I believe Assistant Commissioner Blackmore is in the room here, and her team have been doing a remarkable job of trying to recruit more RCMP officers to serve our province to the full annex that we have been approved for. There's more work to be done there, and we're continuing to work very closely with Assistant Commissioner Blackmore on that work. But further to that, we have recently committed to 100 more municipal officers, provincially funded, as the Premier said, but also to fill in some of those gaps and the challenges. We've stood up the Saskatchewan Marshal Service, and that service is specifically designed to be a service that's available to the entire province where needed, as needed. And those members can be called upon. There will be, when it's at full capacity, 70 additional boots on the ground to address exactly that concern and really complement the existing services, whether it's in our municipal forces or the RCMP. One more layer of public safety that we can offer the people of Saskatchewan. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 1.
Hi, Leslie Clark, the Arm of Parkdale 498. I have concerns that the municipalities are not getting information regarding proposed changes to our local libraries and our library regions. Are there any changes that we should be made aware of?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Just at a high level, and we can connect here after the bear pit as well. But I think there any sort of changes that would be contemplated, we'd be consulting with communities and with local officials and folks on the ground at the RM and the town council level to gain some of that feedback. But would be more than happy to connect with you and just talk a bit more about your particular community and the library and the importance of the library to your community, and your feedback would be greatly appreciated. So thanks for raising it, Leslie.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Good morning. My name is Jill Lowe, and I'm a councillor from the Arma Walk-In, number 93, and we border with the Moose Mountain Provincial Park. Today, I'm respectfully asking the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and the Honourable Minister of Environment to develop and implement an emergency elk management policy immediately. Their current strategy of providing additional hunting tags, as well as earlier and longer seasons, has not been effective at easing the population growth. Producers continue to struggle with large elk herds. There's at least 150 in one herd alone in our area. Although feed loss remains a primary concern, there's equally concerning matter of compromised biosecurity. Licenses need to be available to the hunters in the immediate area where elk are problematic. Easiest and most effective solution. Effective producers need an immediate mechanism to counter excessive losses and manage biosecurity risk. The intent is to strictly target the problematic
30
animals
seconds.
only. Bottom line, the producers, ratepayers just want to feel like their voices matter and are being heard. We are more than willing to meet with you to discuss this further.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. It's very relevant and important. I'll definitely meet with you after, and we will have discussions about the Moose Mountain area. I brought in the big game management extended hunt in Wildlife Zone 39 and RM 215. It's mandatory testing for all elk taken in those areas to be tested for bovine tuberculosis. It's top of mind for myself and the Minister of Agriculture to collect data on how important our livestock sector is to all of Saskatchewan. So definitely look forward to having a conversation after. We're always open to new ideas and new ways of managing our wildlife population.
Thank you. Minister Harrison, you got comments?
Yeah, thanks, Jill. No, certainly being adjacent to the Moose Mountain Provincial Park and the number of elk in there and come out. I just do want to comment, Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation is there to support those individuals as well, but certainly the population there warrants some special attention, and I appreciate your question.
Just on the wildlife damage and impact to crops, which is elk, and I won't. We struggle with it in areas of the constituency I represent as well. If you could encourage folks in your area to at least contact the crop insurance, Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Agency, when there is damage. It is helpful data when we start talking with SARM or others, around, maybe an open hunt or, some of the additional tags that have been allocated this year. It's pretty accurate data if everyone at least reports that they are having wildlife damage and from what animal, and it's something I wouldn't say rely on entirely, but it's very, very helpful in allocating where those zones are. And I think back to 3 or 4 years ago when we were looking at maybe allocating some tags to the provincial organization, that became the challenge on how do you then allocate these out, where do they go, how many, but that data is very helpful in that. So as you're talking to producers, if they could contact the Crop Insurance Agency if they are having damage, that data then is helpful for the decisions that need to be made, as is your voice at this convention.
We'll go to microphone number 3.
Terry Hildebrandt, RM 181. 2 years ago, a multiple resolution was brought to this floor, supported by 4 or 5 RMs, also supported by 4 or 5 urban municipalities. Further to that, those urban municipalities took a resolution which was supported by the RMs to the SUMA Convention. The resolution spoke to the downloading costs of derelict homes. I just want to thank the government for their announcement yesterday to address this situation. We appreciate that a lot of the cost to these derelict houses is due to federal environmental costs. But more so, I want to give kudos to Bill and the SARM team. It is very refreshing to see that the resolution system and these bear pits get traction from time to time. So keep up this format, and again, thank you for addressing this problem.
Thank you, Terry, for them comments. And you have our commitment. We will continue to do that work. So.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Terry. And I just want each and every person here today to know that how valuable the SARM is to this provincial government. Their voice matters, and you working with your SARM delegates and your SARM board and them bringing those messaging to us, it makes a difference. It truly resonates with each and every member of this government. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Travis. We'll go to microphone number 4.
Mike Guerin, RM 279. 9 years ago, the Health Committee in Nokomis started advocating for a new X-ray machine. Ours was done, and that was on the recommendation of the SHA rep at the time. And at the time, we could have got that X-ray machine replaced for free. We've been fighting for 9 years to get permission just to raise money to start the project. And we finally got some MLAs. Travis, he helped. We talked to a couple MLAs the other day on Monday via Zoom, requesting some help with the fundraising effort. To date, we're just shy of 200,000. We're right in the middle of the Iron Triangle, BHP Jansen mine. Been dealing with CN for the last several months. They've donated money, waiting on BHP. But is the provincial government going to put some pressure on SHA reps to cut the bureaucracy? All we wanted was permission to get this ball rolling 9 years ago. And we just got it before the election. The only reason we got it was because we said we would raise the whole amount.
Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Mike. And I know we had a brief, we had an opportunity to speak to this briefly at the dialogue session yesterday. I'll try and be very brief in my comments here. I've had some pretty frank discussions with Andrew Will, CEO at the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and their executive leadership team. We have to be more responsive to communities that are working hard to improve the facilities and the staffing at their local facilities. And I appreciate that the Nokomis area is not really the only area, actually, even that has already raised money towards replacement of X-ray equipment. There's a couple of other communities that we're now engaging with directly and ensuring, we're going to be pushing the SHA to be more responsive to those requests, more responsive to how we ensure that we can advance those projects. Now, Mike, I did say yesterday in the dialogue session, we always have to make sure that if new equipment is going to be invested in, we have to make sure that we have the staffing, we have to make sure that we have the other supporting infrastructure around those pieces of equipment. But at the end of the day, the priority of this government is to make sure that people in this province have better access to care closer to home. So whether that be in Nokomis, whether that be in East End, absolutely, Mike, we're going to work to cut through any bureaucracy that you've had with the SHA and work towards finding a solution for your community, for East End, and any other community that comes forward. We'll work with you to figure out how we can get it done.
Thank you. We will go to microphone number 1.
Gil Cadron, RM Miota 468. We've got about a dozen water crossings in our RM, and we've been fortunate to have oil come to the RM in the last 10 years so we can afford to be replacing some of these bridges and such. 2-3 years ago, we put in an application for replacing a bridge with culverts. It's a creek that water flows through 3 weeks out of the year. It was passed, all the studies were done, flow, habitat, everything. It was in place to go, and one person sent in a letter saying that they like to go up that creek with their jet boat in the spring with their family, and their boat won't fit in that culvert. So then everything came to a halt, and we had to look at larger culverts. So with this, it's cost the RM probably more than $100,000 because of one person complaining. How can we stop this sort of stuff when you have that many bridges to replace in an RM? It's difficult as it is. Can we do even things like put up signage that says no motorboats
30 seconds left.
Beyond this point, or something? It's like we said, it can't go very far between the rocks and the beaver dams and everything up the creek.
Minister Merritt, you got an answer?
Yeah, I'd just tell them to put a sign up and say, it's always been an issue that way with the municipalities and some of the bureaucracy and the rules around. And I think you've heard from us say a lot of things about how do we do things right. I mean, this one obviously doesn't make much sense to me either. I would think that it's an issue we've had struggle with in this room for years when we're dealing with federal bureaucracy and Department of Fisheries and Oceans and some of the challenges around that as well. I know in my previous ministry with the Water Security Agency, this was always a challenge for us as well. I would probably say that we should really have a serious look at, especially when it's only temporary water and it's usually spring runoff water and then it's not running after that. So we should have a serious look at really some of the processes that we're doing.
Can I ask you to send the letter to the Minister of Agriculture, who's also the Minister of the Water Security Agency, the specific letter that you had on what it was? And, you know, this was some work that credit to SARM in years gone by, where I think it was 2013 or 14, Dave, where we had stuck in an agreement within a Harper government to remove DFO out of the province of Saskatchewan. And not saying this, you know, sometimes we have to realign some of what's happening in our agencies as well. But removing DFO out of the province to, you know, help in those instances where there was a crayfish somewhere or a snail has been entirely helpful. But if you can send us that precise letter, Daryl Harrison is our Minister of Agriculture, but also the Minister of Water Security Agency. And we're going to look into that specific instance. This is, and that for everyone, in particular when it comes to culverts, bridge crossings, those types of things, there's always something that makes for a bigger culvert and another $200,000 on the job. And I will say this, we have great leadership at the Water Security Agency and Sean Jakes, and don't ever hesitate to reach out to him and his team through the minister, through your MLA, whatever that is.
I'll go to microphone number 2.
Scott, our relationship started when you were that jar of peanut butter the first time around, and I'm glad to see you have new shelf life on the top shelf of the government. Norm Hall, RM of Elfrost, Reeve. Warren, I've been watching your tours around the world on LinkedIn, and I just want to say keep up the good work. We need you to keep doing what you're doing. And I want to talk to you a little bit later about some ideas I have. But Premier, you talked about safety and public safety and tightening up some laws. And it doesn't matter how many boots we have on the ground if our laws are just catch and release. And maybe we need to talk to the rest of the legal system, because they've got the big holes in their nets, and they're letting these people go back into the community without the proper incarceration and penalties that are duly needed. So I hope we're looking at all parts of the legal system to keep us safe.
We are, and I said recovery and enforcement. We have a role to play in that. I would just say at the municipal level as well. Some of the, you know, the WhatsApp rural crime watches and whatnot are entirely helpful, and I think Rhonda Blackmore is here providing great leadership for our RCMP officers across this province, and great initiatives around recruiting more of them into Depot and into the province. And so thank you, Rhonda, for that. But these WhatsApp conversations, once they get working and you realize they're not a coffee talk, they work really, really well. And I think the local RCMP officers who are busy would see and would speak to the value of them. The third piece to that, so recovery, enforcement, and doing everything we can to be the eyes and ears in our community. But the third piece to that has yet to come, and that is putting some teeth back into the Criminal Code of Canada and giving some direction to all of those that are delivering sentences, in particular sentences to people that are delivering this poison into our communities and killing our friends and family members. There needs to be consequences for that. If you unfortunately are in a life of addictions, we're going to give you every opportunity to find a recovery bed into a better life. But if you're bringing that garbage into our communities, you're going to go away. You're not going to be there, and we need the Criminal Code of Canada to be enhanced. And as I said, it'll either happen, probably not by the outgoing guy, because he hasn't done it. Hopefully the incoming guy does, and if he doesn't, the third guy will. Tim, do you have anything you'd like to say to that?
It's tough to follow that, Premier. I would just say, you know what, that we couldn't agree more, and my predecessor has gone to the House of Commons and testified in front of a parliamentary committee to increase the strength and emphasize the accountability when it comes to bail reform. That's something that we're certainly doing here at a provincial level where we can, insofar as prosecution policies, to make sure that we're really cracking down on the prolific violent offenders and the dangers, as the Premier said, the people that are exploiting the vulnerable and really putting poisons and dangers out into our communities, making sure that we're removing those from the community, but then removing the people that would profit from doing so.
And thank you to SARM and to all of you in this room as well. Every time there's a leadership change or a governance change in Ottawa is a prime time to advocate ambitiously and aggressively on issues just like this, changes to the Criminal Code of Canada. Credit to SARM, I know they have advocated for the last number of years alongside us and other provinces, but an encouragement to keep it up in your trips to Ottawa as well.
And we certainly will. Okay, thank you for the questions and answers. I'll go to microphone number 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Remore. I'm an RM of Hartshill, 352, Reeve. The question I have is with Crown Corporations. Out in our neck of the woods, if we want to get Sask Energy or Sask Power to put a new, let me step back. I wanted to put a power into a well, an existing well that I have in my pasture. So I reached out to Sask Power and asked them what it would cost. It would require 550 meters of cable put to the well. It was $38,000. I don't want to buy Sask Power. I just want power to pump water for my cows. I mean, if I were to pay that $38,000, and it was a one-time cost, I'd be okay with that. But then we turn around and we have to pay for services going forward. I was wondering if I find that somewhat restrictive to development in rural Saskatchewan. I have a neighbor that wanted to put in a grain drying facility, $500,000 from Sask Energy to put that in so he could dry grain. So does the province have any intention of looking at these installation rates to somewhat buoy
circumstances that you raised? But I would say as a matter of policy, I mean, we, you know, many of us up here, I mean, we come from rural Saskatchewan, and, you know, I come from northwest Saskatchewan, and, you know, have a incredible appreciation and understanding, and, you know, am proud to tell the story about the value to our economy and to the Canadian economy that is added by our rural residents and our rural communities. And that is really going to be
but for perhaps a pipeline going up to Churchill, and is Saskatchewan even interested in this?
Go ahead, Warren.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, George, for the question. And you know what? I am the province's biggest cheerleader because we have such incredible activity going on here, the economic development that we have in this province, and it's because of all the people in this room, honestly. But, you know, our exports are big to this province. We're 70% of our GDP is to do to export trade. Here's a fun fact. The GDP growth rate, second best in the country, happened here in Saskatchewan. And our exports, actually, I think we're the third highest value, but the biggest volume that we've ever seen happen in 2024. So trade is our life. Trade is what's going to help us expand our opportunities in the province. Last year, in 2024, we had 8 different markets that hit the $1 billion mark plus. So that's the US, China, India, Brazil, what's called the ASEAN region, which is an area of Southeast Asia, the MENA region, with the Middle East, North Africa, and the EU region, as well as the Andean region, which is Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, and Peru. Absolutely, we need to increase our trade. There are so many incredible opportunities out there that I see. I see Brazil as a huge expanding opportunity for us. I know when I was in Singapore and Vietnam, we heard from 9 different trade ambassadors from that area that all said you need to have an office in our country. And that included Indonesia, Malaysia, even the Philippines. We don't even have a trade office in the United States right now. We have a number of companies that are helping us support that trade. But do we need to be in the US? Quebec has 4 trade offices in Canada. Do we need to have trade offices across Canada? So those are all the questions now that I'd say we're dealing with our government, as where do we need to be next? And Premier, if you'll let me just maybe cover the Hudson Bay Route Association. You know, that Port of Churchill, again, when I was in Singapore, what do they talk about? Other trade opportunities, other trade corridors that we may have in Canada. They're aware that there is another opportunity that we have. And I'd say the one thing that we continue to do, that Premier does daily, every engagement that he's got with our federal government, certainly I do, I know Minister Harrison does pretty well, anyone at this table that has this opportunity, we need to ensure that the federal government has a transportation strategy. Then they need to put money into it. And then we need to ensure that we have labor harmony all the way through that process. And I need you, as SARM, and everyone that has this opportunity to ensure that that message gets through every time you have a time of engagement with somebody out there to say, we need a federal transportation strategy, and it could just as well include Churchill and that whole northern route.
So what George said was yes and yes, or what Warren had said. I would just add to that, very supportive of the Port of Churchill, and when it comes to engaging, whether it's through trade offices or whatever avenues we have, we look at all of them because it supports our opportunities and our provincial economy, and it's working. As Warren said, numerous markets are now peaking over $1 billion of Saskatchewan exports, providing them the opportunity to access food and energy security from this province as well. And so an anchor tenant at the Port of Churchill would change things a lot for our ag industry being able to use that port, keeping the seaway open and things of that nature. And an excellent anchor tenant would be to bring oil into that port for however many months a year that we can. And I would just close with this. One of the opportunities that I see to open up the Port of Churchill to provide what might be Canada's energy product to other Canadians in the world would be to use those dirty equalization payments that are going to Quebec to pay for it.
That's a good way to close. Well, I thank you, Premier Moe, and your cabinet. And also I want to say thank you to each and every one of you out there as delegates here for asking the questions, and certainly appreciate that. So we'll end this session, and thank you again for joining us. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock.
We're going to get started right away here. Hopefully you all enjoyed your lunch. If you want to join me in a round of applause thanking the Prairie Land Park Food Services for the great lunch. So we're going to keep things rolling here. I would like to call on SARM Board Director, Division 5 Director, Blair Cummins, to introduce the Leader of the Opposition, Carla Beck.
What, you didn't want to try the word blucher today? So, good afternoon, everybody. It's my distinct pleasure to do an introduction for you here this afternoon. I've been fortunate enough to meet Carla on a couple other occasions. We had some nice conversations, so it's an honor and privilege for me to do this. So, Carla was elected to the Saskatchewan legislature as an MLA for Regina Lakeview in 2016. Prior to entering politics, Carla spent over 20 years working as a social worker and 2 terms as a Regina Public School Board trustee. An active volunteer in her community, she has also worked with the Sask Abilities Council, Saskatchewan Coalition Against Racism, Saskatchewan Action Committee, Status of Women, Camp Easter Seal, Autism Resource Center, the Helpline at Regina Sexual Assault Center, the MS Society, as well as numerous soccer, softball, baseball, and hockey teams. Carla grew up on a mixed farm near Lang. She and her husband, Guy, call Regina home. They have 3 children, Hannah, Nolan, and Maya. Please welcome Carla Beck, please.
Thank you. How's everyone doing? I want to say to the Reeves, to the counselors, the administrators, what a time we've picked to be involved in politics. I know all of us in this room find ourselves in leadership roles at a time when it's simply difficult to wrap your head around what's going on. And it changes by the day or by the tweet. Never has this country been threatened like this by our closest friends and allies. Never in my lifetime have I seen stronger calls for unity across this country. And now is the time for a true Canada and a true Team Saskatchewan approach to the issues that we face. Now is the time that all of us are called to find common ground on big ideas to secure our future as a province and as a country. And you know, through this, I've never been more proud to be from Saskatchewan, and I've never been more proud to be Canadian. And I especially feel that here in this room at SARM, in a room full of some of the hardest working, most dedicated people anywhere. In this room, is Saskatchewan grassroots leadership at its very finest. And it's exactly that approach that we're going to need to face the challenges that are before us right now. Now, for over 120 years, Saskatchewan has relied on your steady hand, your no-nonsense approach to advocating for the communities and the people that you all serve, that we all serve. And we need you right now, all of you. This is a defining moment for our province and for our country. Now, before I dive in any further, I just want to say a few words of thank you. I want to thank Blair, first of all, for that very kind introduction. I want to thank the leadership of SARM, President Huber, Vice President Steinley, and the entire board of directors. And I also want to take a minute to thank your new executive director, Laurel Felton. And I want to thank her and quote her on some of her recent words about the importance of leadership in the most recent edition of the Rural Counselor. She rightly notes the history in this room of not just talking about the problems, but walking the walk. And she also reminds us that when we are in roles of leadership, people are always watching. That's never been more true. And right now, the world is watching. Your fearless leadership and advocacy for rural Saskatchewan sets the tone for so many discussions, important discussions, in this province. And I've got a whole bunch of my team members here with me today. And I know that we've all been looking forward to coming and meeting with you here today at such a critical and challenging time in our province. Now, I think Blair mentioned this in the introduction, and some of you already know this about me. I grew up in the village of Lang, just south of Regina. And yes, that Lang with the strange gangplank stairs down to the ice. And I grew up on a mixed farm. And I'm proud, incredibly proud, of where I grew up, but also the values that I learned growing up on the farm. Values that I still see right across this province, that people hold so dear. And many of you might know that my dad was a long time, I think 30 years, counselor for SARM. And when I moved to the city, my dad was a little bit worried about me living in the big city and maybe forgetting where I came from. But he also said, and he just texted me this morning to say the very same thing. If you want to know what's going on in this province, there is absolutely no room better than to be here at SARM. And that's true. I'd also let him know I never did forget where I come from. In difficult times like this, your leadership is, and that straight talk that we just saw here during the Bear Pit session, is especially appreciated. Now, I think we all wish that we were here under different circumstances, in simpler times. It's been quite a year already, and we're not even into April. This is a time when the people that you represent are feeling scared, uncertain, even angry, sometimes all at once. And I know that my team and I, we've been feeling the very same things. People in this province and right across this country are understandably worried about their jobs. They're worried about their livelihoods. They're worried about the future of their communities and industries. And unfortunately, it's hard to see any immediate relief from the chaos that we find ourselves in. This is a province that's no stranger to adversity or dealing with hard times. But we know how to find our way, even when things are out of our control. And that's even in an ordinary year. But we all know this isn't an ordinary year. Right now, we're being held hostage, and the terms are changing daily or even by the hour. And it's fair to say that none of us has a roadmap or a rule book that still applies, or even a crystal ball. And the impacts of the threats and uncertainty are already having a devastating impact in this province. We've seen a $1,000 a head hit to feeder cattle, huge impacts to canola, and further devastating threats with the Chinese tariffs. Beyond the devastating tariffs imposed by Donald Trump and then paused and then back on again, we've continued to see threats to our country as a whole, threats to our sovereignty. Now, some people say that this has been a joke. I say the joke isn't funny. It wasn't funny the first time that Donald Trump threatened it, and it's not funny now. And I know I don't have to say this, but Saskatchewan isn't for sale, and Canada is not for sale. And while we have an incredibly proud and long history of friendship and cooperation between ourselves and our southern neighbors, we have no interest in being the 51st state. But through all of the upheaval of the last few weeks, there's been a bit of a silver lining. We've seen strengthened national pride, our love of the maple leaf. We've seen a Buy Canadian movement that has taken hold right across this country. And to help grow that momentum, we launched a Buy Local, Buy Saskatchewan campaign. We created a website, I hope some of you have seen it, shopsk.ca, where you can help and encourage your favorite local businesses in your community. I do hope you check it out. We've seen an increased interest across the province, across the country, and around the world in what we grow, what we mine, what we produce, we drill, manufacture right here at home. And there are more examples as well. We've seen a growing awareness, a growing pride in not only what we grow, but how we grow it and mine it and manufacture it and produce it. And we've seen a growing awareness across the country and in the US that people do need Saskatchewan. They do need what Canada has on offer. We see people, and I've seen this in the grocery store myself, people checking labels, making choices to ensure that they're doing everything they can to support our producers and our industries and our people here at home. I think this is also an important moment to teach younger generations about this country and this province, all that we are and all that we have done on the world stage, to proudly promote what we produce here in Saskatchewan. We're hearing the national anthem being sung more loudly and more proudly. The true north, strong and free. But we can get even stronger. We can see this country more united. And I think we need to. This is the time to do what's needed by taking control of our economy, our future, and all of Canada, a true all of Canada approach. And if anything, the last several weeks should serve as a wake-up call to governments at every level and right across this country. Now, we hope that this threat of uncertainty passes soon. None of us wanted to see this trade war. No one wins in a trade war. But we can't forget what we've been through, what we're going through. And we can't, again, allow ourselves to be overly dependent on the United States, to be a stable and reliable trading partner, at least in the short term. So we have to take matters into our own hands. We need a new approach, one where we work east to west and west to east right across this country. That means an end to the carbon tax, but it also requires more than that. This requires us to see ambitious changes into the way that we invest in infrastructure and trade relationships across this country. That's why we've been advocating as a Saskatchewan NDP for a bold, new economic plan, one that will connect Canada from coast to coast, a plan for the whole country to thrive. And right now, in the face of a very big threat, we have to think big. Our idea, and I'm going to outline it, it comes in 4 parts. First, we need to dramatically expand rail and port capacity. And I know this is something that those in this room, that SARM, have been advocating for, placing priority on for a very long time. We need to build and we need to upgrade rail lines, including short line rail, to ensure that Saskatchewan's agricultural and mining exports can reliably reach overseas markets efficiently. And the pressure to do this is only going to grow as we see expansions like the BHP mine due to come online in 2026. In an export province, we need to be able to move our goods to market because they do us no good sitting in storage, stockpiling, or waiting to be moved. The second part of this plan is to build a pipeline to the East Coast. This is the best way to get Canadian oil and gas to new markets in Europe and beyond, to free up the existing rail capacity and to reduce our reliance on the United States. We've seen a pipeline built to the West Coast. We need to see one built to the East. This isn't about politics. This isn't about ideology. This is simply a must-do to meet the challenge and to plan for the future of this country. And my message to all governments, loudly and proudly, is this: get it done. And now third, we need to strengthen our power transmission lines. I know that this is a passion project of our Shadow Minister for SaskPower, Alina Young, and she's been doing incredible work on this file for years. She points out, and rightly, that big projects, big investments like this, like rural electrification, are what built this province and allowed us to thrive. We've got her done before. We need to get her done again. If we want to keep the lights on to secure a country, grow investment, we need to have a serious conversation in this country about ramping up electricity generation. And we need the federal government to come forward and fund interties. And I think that there is no reason why Saskatchewan can't be at the very heart of electricity production in this country. We have the capacity to make more than we need here, right at home, and then sell it to other Canadians across the country. We know that there's a market for it, and we know that that demand is only going to continue to grow into the future. So let's put ourselves in a position to be a power broker for all of Canada. This is a time, friends, to think big. And finally, we need to twin the Trans-Canada Highway from coast to coast. We need free-flowing long-haul truckers able to cross the country without having to dip into the United States, especially during this time of uncertainty. I'll admit, this is an ambitious plan, but it's what the moment, it's what the future requires. It can be done, but it's going to take political will, it's going to take creativity, compromise, and collaboration. But this is something that leadership in this room knows very well. I look at the rail lines that currently tie our country together. Rail line built in 1885. Things have changed since 1885. that time, we didn't have the internet, we didn't even have telephones, let alone cell phones. But people in this country, when faced with a threat and a need, they found a way to get it done. We can do that again. We need to do that again. This is an exercise in nation building and securing our own future. And who better to lead the charge than the leaders right here in Saskatchewan? This is a province that's small but mighty. This is a province with a proud history of punching above our weight on the national and international stage. This is a place where people work hard, a place where we look after our neighbors, and we're located in the very heart of the country. We need to build and connect the Canadian economy to get our products to Tidewater and to build new trade alliances around the world. And while we're building and talking about infrastructure, I'm going to add one more piece, and that's rural broadband. This is something that is vital to the rural economy and vital to connecting our province. I know that this is something that SARM, in partnership with SUMA, school boards, First Nations leadership, has been advocating for some time. There's no reason that Saskatchewan is the only province without a plan. This is 2025, and it's long overdue. Now, I recognize that we are the official opposition, an expanded opposition, but not quite in government yet. And some people have said to me, including the Premier, I think, Carla, what can you actually get done from opposition? Fair. But I do have a voice, and I'm going to use it. We are all called to use our voices at this time. You have a voice too. I know you know how to use it. And I know that you will continue to use that voice, that strong voice. Everyone in this room understands how important it is that we invest in rail lines, in pipelines, and power lines. Think of the RM of Kalonze. You see firsthand the mountains of potash brought up from almost a kilometer underground. You see how that mine drives economic growth in your community, and you understand how important it is that those train cars are delivered to port on time. Think of the RM of Wilton. My daughters went to university in Edmonton, so I'm on that highway quite frequently. And every time I'm on that highway, I'm struck by the miles and miles of black rail cars lined up on the south side of the highway. It's a stark reminder of the need to get more pipelines across the country. They're safe and efficient, and they free up that precious rail space for grain and other exports. This is a time to get it done for all Canadians. And in the famous words of a famous hockey player from Floral, Saskatchewan, it's time to get our elbows up. We should be using every tool in the toolbox to fight back against the current threats and to build our economic future. We also need to continue to amplify the voices of those who are being hurt, harmed by this trade war on both sides of the border. And there is harm on both sides of the border. But today, in this room, I'm focused on what comes next and what we can do to take charge and to ensure our economy and our future is never held hostage again. I understand that the projects that I'm proposing, that many of you have been proposing, will take all levels of government, cooperation across political party lines and provincial lines. But with both the federal and provincial budget coming up in just a few weeks, I'm here to say we need to see commitment to some of the building blocks needed to see these future-focused infrastructure projects set in motion. Now, I'm going to start wrapping up, but before I do that, I want to say, well, I know that tariffs, talk of tariffs, threat of tariffs, is taking up all of the oxygen in many rooms right now. There remain many other challenges that face communities right across this province. Challenges that existed well before the threat of tariffs. We have a provincial budget coming up next week, and we want to work with all of you to place those issues that you've been grappling with front and center. First and foremost, healthcare, specifically rural healthcare. It's in bad shape. I've heard that from many of you in this room already. We see rampant hospital and service closures, service outages, and we don't see an effective plan to recruit and retain those precious healthcare workers in this province. It's something that needs to change. The only way that we are going to see our way through this crisis is to listen to those local voices, those frontline healthcare workers and local communities. That is where we are going to find the solutions to the healthcare crisis. Right now, Saskatchewan healthcare is not working for too many Saskatchewan people, and we have to get Saskatchewan out of last place. I know that there's still a lot of work to do, but being in this room, listening to your determination, your no-nonsense approach, gives me hope. I respect your passion, your love for your communities, and your love for this incredible place that we all call home. I'm thrilled to be here with you and to work with all of you towards what we all want, and that is a bright future for the people who call this province home. I want to say thank you for having us here today. Please keep walking that walk, keep using your voices, and I hope each and every one of you has safe travels home. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Carla. I would now like to welcome SARM Board of Director, Division 4 Director Myron Kopik to introduce our next guest.
Good afternoon. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Kildy Block. Kildy Block was first elected to the House of Commons representing the riding of Saskatoon-Rosetown-Biggar during the 2008 general election and was re-elected during the 2011 election. Following a redistribution process, Kildy was elected as the MP for the newly created riding of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek in 2015, and then again in 2019 and 2021. Over her career, Kildy has served on numerous standing committees of the House of Commons. From 2011 to 2013, Kildy served as the chair of the Saskatchewan Conservative Caucus. In September of 2013, Prime Minister Stephen Harper appointed Kildy to serve as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources, a role in which she serves until today. Kildy served as the Shadow Minister for Transportation for the official opposition between 2015 and 2019. After 2019 election, she was appointed as the Shadow Minister for Public Services and Procurement, where she served until October 2020, when she was elected as the Chair of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, where served until August 2021. In October 2022, Killy was again appointed as Shadow Minister for Public Services and Procurement for the official opposition, a role in which she serves until today. Prior to being elected as a member of Parliament, Killy served in the Town Council for Waldheim, Saskatchewan for 3 terms, serving 2 terms of those as mayor. At the same time, she was the member of the Saskatoon Regional Health Authority and the Director of the Administration at the Forest Grove Community Church. Killy and her husband have 4 children and 11 grandchildren. Please welcome Killy Block.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. And thank you for the invitation to join you here at your one. Real pleasure to be here. As was mentioned, I was first elected as a representative from Saskatchewan to the House of Commons in 2008. And it is a privilege to represent the beautiful riding of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, and an honor to speak to you today. Before I go too much further, I simply want to thank all of you for all you do for your rural municipalities and your commitment as a grassroots association to rural municipal government and being the voice of rural Saskatchewan. I recognize that we are in a room full of dignitaries today, so we'll simply acknowledge the President of SARM, Bill Huber, and the Board of Directors, and congratulate you on your organization's deep history in this province. As a former mayor of a small town in rural Saskatchewan, I know firsthand the important work that Reeves councillors, administrators, and RM employees do on a day-to-day basis. As the order of government closest to the people you serve, you ensure that infrastructure, like roads, are graded and graveled, that waste is managed responsibly, and that development is done in an orderly and responsible way. These and many others contribute to the betterment of your respective RMs and the quality of life for your ratepayers. You don't do it. I have to think that you don't do it because gravel sourcing is a highly exciting topic. I believe you do it because you are passionate about the place where you live, work, and raise your families, passionate about the place you call home. During the first 7 years as an MP, I represented the riding of Saskatoon-Rosetown-Biggar, which was an urban and rural blended riding and included the southwest quadrant of the city of Saskatoon. Since 2015, as a member of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, I have had the privilege of representing the riding of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, which is a large rural riding which wraps itself around the city of Saskatoon on 3 sides and is currently equal to half the size of the province of Nova Scotia. And once the writ is dropped, that will change, and this riding will wrap itself around the city completely. I mention this because both times that I appeared before the Boundary Commission in 2014 and 2024, I made the following observations, which I believe are more important than ever. And I'll quote them. I have lived most of my life here in Saskatchewan, in both urban and rural communities. I remain convinced that our urban and rural populations share common values and common interests. The interdependence between rural and urban Saskatchewan, and Canada for that matter, should not be ignored. But this is what makes Saskatchewan's voice strong in Ottawa. Without getting too political, or maybe I will, it is a fact that over the past 20 plus years, the party that I represent has had extremely strong support from rural Saskatchewan, and this support has been reciprocated. That support has made a tangible difference throughout the years for our province. One example of which I am extremely proud was the 2012 changes to the Navigable Waters Act. SARM representatives advocated fiercely and effectively for changes to this act. As many of you will recall, before it was amended, the Navigable Waters Protection Act applied to all navigable waters in Canada, including brooks, streams, and waters that could float a canoe or a kayak. And we all know what that looks like in the spring here in Saskatchewan. In general, a person or Saskatchewan RM wishing to build or place a work in, on, over, under, through, or across any navigable water was required to seek the Minister of Transport's prior approval. In 2012, under the former Conservative government, amendments were passed that reduced the number of waters to which the Act automatically applied. The new Navigation Protection Act, as it was renamed, received royal assent in 2014 and automatically applied to a list of only 162 oceans, lakes, and waterways. I believe this made a tremendous difference for our RMs here in Saskatchewan. This change simplified projects for RMs, if only for a short time, before the current Liberal government ratcheted back up their bureaucracy with Bill C-69, their infamous No More Pipelines bill. Our Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, has promised to repeal this bill within the first 60 days, should Canadians give us a mandate to govern. We are a province whose economic drivers are agriculture and natural resources. They are rural in terms of production, but beneficial to our province as a whole, with many head offices and employees based in our urban centers, and by the revenues provided which fund important social programs like education and health. Whether it is agriculture, mining, oil and gas, forestry, tourism, these industries wouldn't exist if rural Saskatchewan disappeared. Our vibrant and growing cities like Saskatoon, Regina, Moose Jaw, Prince Albert, just to name a few, are reliant on the industries I just mentioned. Whether it is head offices, manufacturing for the industry, trucking and transportation, our universities and research facilities, many of the jobs found in our cities are directly tied to rural Saskatchewan. I want to touch on some of these industries. With almost half of Canada's arable land, the importance of agriculture to Saskatchewan's history, current economy, and future cannot be overstated. Now, maybe if you're Dutch, you can borrow some farmland from the ocean. But the reality is, arable land is a limited resource, and Saskatchewan is blessed to have lots of it. Over the decades, farmers committed to being good stewards have learned to adapt and change their farming practices to protect the land, improve efficiencies, while remaining competitive. Saskatchewan is also blessed with an inordinate amount of the world's supply of potash. I would hazard to guess that this single resource is the backbone of the mining industry in our province. Add to that uranium and oil and gas extraction, Saskatchewan is blessed with a richly diversified resource sector and has what the world wants and needs. But what has the Government of Canada done to these industries over the past 10 years? Sadly, the current Liberal government has passed laws and implemented policies that have crippled the growth and development of our Canadian economy, and more specifically, our Saskatchewan economy. Shortly after being elected, they implemented a carbon tax, which raised the cost of everything. It raised the price of gas for the acreage owner, making it more expensive to live in rural Saskatchewan and go to work. It raised the price of diesel for CN and CP who transport the grains and oilseeds your ratepayers grow. It raised the price for the trucking companies who haul your gravel and deliver from the factories the graders, bulldozers, and tractors you buy. It raised the price of energy for heating our homes. There isn't one aspect of our lives that this tax hasn't had a negative impact on. And not to belabor the point, but a study published in November 2024 titled Implications of Carbon Taxing Policies on the Food Supply Chain in Canada found that the carbon tax has a compounding effect, causing wholesale food prices to rise faster. And you will have heard us say often in the House of Commons, if you tax the farmer that grows the food, and you tax the trucker who transports the food, you raise the price of food for consumers. And I will tell you, Canadians cannot afford a shadow carbon tax, such as the one that is currently being proposed by the new leader of the Liberal Party. Only Conservatives will put Canada first and axe the tax. If a tax on the pocketbooks of Canadians and the budgets of municipalities wasn't enough, the current Liberal government has failed Canadians when it comes to safety and security. Over the past decade, violent crime has risen by 50% across Canada, and we know that rural Saskatchewan has not been immune to that increase. I get calls and emails from constituents, particularly farmers and those living in more remote and rural areas, deeply concerned about that increase in rural crime. The Liberals' policies and amendments to the Criminal Code of Canada have created a revolving door of repeat offenders. Added to that, they have been more focused on restricting law-abiding Canadians from owning firearms than on preventing criminals from obtaining illegal guns. This is completely counterintuitive and counterproductive. I know that you understand that Conservatives will bring home safe grid roads by ending Liberals' catch-and-release justice system and bringing jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders. And Saskatchewan, and rural Saskatchewan, is not immune to the housing shortages plaguing much of Canada. I hear from municipal and business leaders across the riding that communities are in desperate need of additional homes for workers. They tell me that a lack of safe, affordable housing is one key factor holding them back from expanding. Our Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, has outlined a simple, non-bureaucratic plan to encourage the construction of new homes by removing the GST on all new homes under $1 million in value. This simple policy proposal does not treat big cities differently than smaller communities or rural municipalities. Related to building the homes in rural Saskatchewan is another critical topic that I know is high priority for rural Saskatchewan and RMs across the province, and that is broadband connectivity. Canada needs to move faster to ensure rural areas of our country have access to reliable high-speed internet. This will encourage economic investment and Canadians' willingness to live in rural areas where jobs and opportunities do exist. Access to reliable cellular service is important to the economic future of rural areas and the public safety of Canadians. And I know that each one of our Saskatchewan Conservative MPs supports moving faster to bring affordable high-speed internet and cellular services to all Canadians. Now, added to all of this is the current trade conflict we find ourselves in and the imposition of tariffs on Canadian goods by the US president. Over the past 35 years, both Americans and Canadians have benefited from free trade. With the imposition of these tariffs Conservatives have been clear. We believe that Canada must fight back. We must defend our jobs and our economy. We must and will always put Canada first. In order to do this, though, we must acknowledge the failures over the past decade, that the current government has ignored challenges to our country's competitiveness and economic well-being, and has chosen high deficits, debt, and policies that have driven investment out of our country. Our pledge to you is that a Conservative government will advance policies that will improve Canada's lagging investment performance, deliver rural broadband, support the construction of trade-enabling infrastructure such as pipelines, roads, and bridges, install high-powered scanners at all major land crossings and shipping ports so that goods are moved safely and efficiently, improve supply chain resiliency, create an economic environment across Canada that promotes a robust innovation agenda, and finally, work with the provinces to eliminate inter-provincial trade barriers, something that was part of our party's platform already in 2019. In closing, these are challenging times. I have heard from many industry groups and stakeholders here at home and across the country just how challenging they are and will continue to be. Addressing them won't be easy, but neither was building this great nation of ours. Challenges should be turned into opportunities. Conservatives are committed to bringing home the country we know and love and to restoring its promise. Canada will be a self-reliant and sovereign nation and stand on its own 2 feet. This is what binds us together, the Canadian promise that you all work towards every day, the promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful home on a safe road protected by solid borders and brave troops under our proud flag. To preserve that flag and its promise, we must work together, fight together, and win together. That is what it means to put Canada first. Again, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today, to bring these remarks, and just be able to enjoy your trade show and connect with individuals who do live in the riding that I represent. God bless you. God bless you all, and God bless Canada.
All right, we're just going to keep her rolling. Now it's time to check in with the RMAA. Please join me in welcoming President Sheila Kiesig to the stage.
I'm just reading the sign here. It says, please leave mics set. I'm almost scared to touch them. Can I move them? Okay. We're going to start off with our curling presentation. So every year, the RMAA hosts the provincial curling, and Michelle Beekler, our vice president, ran it this year. So we had curling on Monday at the Sutherland Curling Club, and I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the teams that participated throughout the province. So it was held January, February in the different divisions. The finalists were Division 1, Arm of Browning, Division 2, RM of Wood River. Division 3, RM of Lacadena. Division 4, RM of Star City. Division 5, RM of Three Lakes. And Division 6, RM of Battle River. So, RM of Wood River, 74, and RM of Three Lakes, number 400, curled in the final. And the 2025 RMAA Provincial Curling Champion is RM of Wood River, number 74. So I'm not sure if anybody's here from that RM to come and get the trophy. We'll grab a few pictures as well. So maybe just over there, Michelle. Michelle. Do you want to go over on that side then? Yep. So I'll just jump right into what we as the RMA board have been working on in the last year. I've had the privilege of serving as president of the RMAA, and I feel very honored today to address this assembly on behalf of rural administrators. Since May, when I was elected to this role, it provides me with something new to learn every day, and I feel that is very important. Everybody should have something to learn new each and every day. Whether, something big, something small, doesn't really matter, just learn something new. To learn and grow in your municipal capacity, however that may look to each individual, is so important. I remember leaving my first SARM meeting in May and thinking how excited I was to come back for the next. Imagine sitting at a table with like-minded individuals discussing local governance, agriculture, and all things Saskatchewan, my three passions. I am so thankful to the SARM board's patience with me while I learn the ropes. Huge shout out to Laurel and the entire staff for answering many questions I always seem to have. So during COVID era, we started on a 2-year pilot project as the RMAA, and it was partially funded through the targeted sector support. It proved in that short time to be very well received, very worthwhile. We had a lot of great feedback from administrators. At the end of the 2 years, we decided we would continue on, but fully fund it, administer it, and maintain it ourselves as a board. We rolled out the AMP program, so Advanced Mentorship Program. It's where a qualified administrator reaches out to a new C certificate holder just to check in, see how they're doing, what questions do they have, make sure they're on the right path. We all know how fast bad habits can come into our roles. It's nice to just have those checks and balances done. The RMA board feels this is a very important process, just to ensure that everybody's getting the quality learning. We have such a high standard. We like to make sure everybody's on that same page. So we will continue on with this program. And there's information on our website. I just want to give a quick shout out to Jill Palachuk. She's our AMP coordinator. She's the one that handles the emails, the phone calls, setting up our advisors, which is the experienced administrators, setting them up with the new ones. Our advisors are Joan Babsey and Don McCollum. So any new administrators out there, please consider using AMP when you feel the need just for a little extra guidance. The program is open for all administrators holding a, RM administrators holding a C certificate, but not yet getting their A. While I'd be remiss in saying this, I would like to encourage all administrators, new and experienced, reach out to your neighbors. Your neighbors are a wealth of knowledge. It's kind of nice to bounce ideas off. We're not in this alone. We have a great network of colleagues, peers ready to help out. A bit of big news that we like to share during our time here is to announce this year's Lou Jacobs Award winner. This prestigious award is presented at our annual convention in May to a most deserving person that has made many positive impacts in our RMA world. I'm pleased to announce our 2025 recipient is Tim Lure, former administrator of RM of Kelvington, number 366. Tim was chosen for this award for his dedication to rural municipal administrators and rural Saskatchewan. Tim, having served as a director on the RMA board, vice president, president, and then past president, Tim always showed one of his best qualities, quiet leadership. I'm sure anyone that has served with Tim in any type of capacity will attest to this. Congratulations to Tim on this achievement, and we look forward to celebrating with him in May. At this time, I'd like to introduce some of our amazing RMA board that are in attendance today. This board works tirelessly for our members and in turn for you as SARM members. Division 1 Director, Amanda Baumgartner, RM of Golden West, number 95. Carol Belfay, Division 2 Director, RM of Baildon, number 131. Raylene Checkley, Division 3 Director, RM of Enterprise, number 142. Fun fact, Raylene is the first person on the RMA board to serve during a mat leave. Becky Carr, Division 6 Director, RM of Turtle River, 469. Bill Huber, ex officio, RM of Tullymet, 216, and RM of Lipton, 217. Michelle Beekler, Vice President, RM of Peyton, number 470. Rose Zimmer, Executive Director, RM of Wolseley, 155. Our board members surely could not be here without the support of their councils. So with that, I thank you all. Any administrator that expresses an interest in serving on our board, I would encourage councils to support them fully in their professional growth. I want to ensure all SARM members that the RMA is continuing to be a forward-thinking organization. We are a passionate group that strives to improve and gain more knowledge in our field. And at the end of the day, all rural municipalities can rest assured someone is looking out to their best interest. I will leave this here and hope you all enjoy the rest of your 2025 SARM Annual Convention. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sheila. Next, I'd like to welcome Municipal Hail Insurance President Jason Friesen to the stage. Jason was raised on a farm south of Quill Lake Jason was elected to the Saskatchewan Municipal Hail Insurance Board in 2021 and was elected president in 2024. Jason is an advocate for continuing education and has continued his learning through the various programs offered by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, TPAP at Texas A&M University, APEX, and many other courses, seminars, and conferences. Please welcome Jason.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Jason Friesen. I've been on the Municipal Hail Board since 2021 and served as president since 2024. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to provide the report on municipal hail. Before I present my report, I'd first like to introduce our board and staff that are present today. Vice President Foster Warner from Alameda. Third member of the executive, Pauline Zeal-Grimsrud from Torquay. Murray Purcell from Saskatoon, Morris Berry of Caryvale, Blair Cummins of Blucher, John Wagner of Maple Creek, Joselle Roberstad of Chaplin, and Kurt Winnie from Choiceland. As for staff, we have Lise Nargang, our office manager, Mark Hofeld, our COO, and Rodney Shetler, our CEO. Municipal Hail is an insurance plan created for the sole benefit of farmers. There's no investors, no shareholders in Municipal Hail. Municipal Hail has never received or asked for any financial support from any level of government. Municipal Hail is truly a Saskatchewan company with its head office in Regina. The profits and expenses stay in Saskatchewan while the majority of our competitors are now US owned. In 1917, Municipal Hail was created out of a need for a risk management program for farmers and is governed by farmers and operated by farmers. Municipal Hail has made its mandate to provide coverage at cost, and after 108 years, Municipal Hail continues to operate on those founding principles and has paid out in claims 77.5 cents of every dollar collected in premium. This is the highest return rate in the crop hail industry. Municipal Hail provides 3 iterations of its product. Each of these entities allows Municipal Hail to achieve its mandate. First and most widely used is Sask Municipal Hail. It provides continuous coverage for the owners of the land. SMHI is a taxing authority and premiums are collected along with other municipal taxes. Our second company is called Additional Municipal Hail. It provides coverage to anyone with an insurable interest in a crop, being land renters or leasers. Coverage is purchased through a licensed agent and is purchased on an annual basis with premium paid at time of application. Our third company is called Prairie Municipal Hail Insurance. It also provides coverage to anyone with an insurable interest in the crop. The only difference from AMHI is it's purchased direct. AMHI and PMHI can be purchased in addition to SMHI on a standalone basis. You do not need to be in the SMHI program to purchase coverage from AMHI or PMHI. All of our companies offer the same deductibles and use the same hail adjusters. 2024 would mark the 3rd time in recent history that several of the crop hail insurers reached their capacity. Most reached their capacity and closed down for new sales by the 3rd week of June because they had no longer had the financial capacity or reinsurance to write the necessary business. Municipal Hail had capacity to write up to $4.4 billion of coverage. We did have some townships closed, but it was solely to manage the spread of business. The crop hail industry in Saskatchewan wrote $6.5 billion of coverage. Of that total, Municipal Hail provided $3.6 billion, or 55% of the total coverage purchased. When combined with Alberta and Manitoba, the total coverage was just over $4 billion, another increase for Municipal Hail and our largest number to date. On the loss side, we had what would be considered a normal year in 2024. That said, late June saw a lot of thunderstorm activity that produced claims, and the severity was greater than what would be considered average. That said, there really is no average in our business, as every year is different and possesses new challenges. July was very quiet, and the late August-September period was much busier than normal. Our loss adjustments later in the season were delayed due to the number of claims received in a short period. Indemnity payments, we were pleased to report, went as expected, and in all cases, indemnity payments were out within 30 days of assessment date, and in many cases within 30 days of the storm date. Total indemnity paid was $103.6 million this year versus $57.8 million paid out in 2023. Given the incidence of hail and the return on investments in 2024, Municipal Hail will be adding $28 million to its retained earnings, bringing our assets to nearly $281 million. The income generated from our retained earnings is used to cover operating expenses and limit rate increases in heavy loss years. This allows us to set rates for the cost of insurance. There are no loads for expenses or profit, thus the insurance at cost. This should assure you that we are operating within our mandate and providing coverage at cost while also building retained earnings so that we continue to provide the capacity and coverage needed to meet the demands of our insured producers. 2 years ago, the delegates at our AGM voted in favor of a motion to explore providing coverage for crops for perils other than hail. We are progressing cautiously at this, working with advisors to secure a license and develop a program under AMHI to provide another risk management tool to our producers. While it's too early to provide any further details, you can be certain we are leveraging our knowledge and experience to work towards our goal of helping producers manage their risk. As always, Municipal Hail is proactively working to ensure we're able to meet the new and growing demands for our services. We continue to explore potential technology and the use of imagery to aid in loss adjustment and claim management, striving to make our program experience the best and most efficient it can possibly be for our producers, adjusters, and staff. For 2025, you will notice a small change to Sask Municipal Hail. The minimum or basic indemnity will still be $30 per acre, while the maximum will be reduced to $400 an acre from $425, due to the formula provided by the ministry that's used to calculate our limits. We all know the expenses to grow a crop have not fallen and the cost of machinery and land have not decreased. For this reason, we are working actively with the ministry to have the formula adjusted to make sure we can provide the effective risk management tool that can address the ever-changing market conditions on both the revenue and expense side of your business. It brings me great pleasure to discuss the next topic. I'm very proud of our board and our CEO and staff for forming our community giving committee, through which we have committed funding support to communities where our customers and employees live and work. We provide an annual budget of up to 1% of net premium written to fund capital projects and initiatives related to health services, recreation services, community centers, and fire departments. We strictly follow guidelines approved by the board, and 2 of the projects I'm most fond of include the Hospitals of Regina Foundation Cath Lab and our renewed support of the Stars Air Ambulance. As a producer and the current president of this association, I want to publicly thank you all and all of our staff and agents for taking the time and taking the extra effort to ensure our clients have the coverage they need and that all of our claimants are serviced in a timely and accurate manner. I also want to again thank SARM board for the time on the agenda, and we want to thank all of you for supporting Municipal Hail and that you asked to continue to make our products available in your municipality. If you aren't using Municipal Hail for your crop hail insurance protection, I strongly encourage you to consider it. We have the staff and the capacity in place to provide the coverage you need, and Municipal Hail is a self-supporting standalone insurance company run by farmers for farmers and is there for your sole benefit. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Jason. Just one more friendly reminder, if you could keep the conversations to a minimum, just because many are trying to listen and it's hard to hear the presentations that are happening up front. We have a break coming up shortly, but we do have one more presentation to get to. So with that, I would like to share a few words about APAS President Bill Prabilski. I hope I said that correctly. Bill comes from a farming background, growing up and working on his family farm near Willowbrook, just outside of Yorkton. Bill has been involved in his local community as both a counselor and deputy reeve for the RM of Gary number 245. In his current role as APAS president, Bill is all about looking out for farmers and making sure their voices are heard, both here in Saskatchewan and across the country. His representation of APAS at the Canadian Federation of Agriculture highlights his dedication to improving the landscape for farmers. Please join me in welcoming Bill.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. It's definitely a pleasure to be here today to talk a bit about APAS and some of the issues that we're working on behalf of the farmers and ranchers in Saskatchewan. It's been a few years since I've been to a SARM convention. Back when, as I mentioned, when I was on the arm of Gary Council, I attended quite a few SARM conventions, but never expected that I would one day be presenting to the convention. So thank you to President Huber and the rest of the SARM board for giving me this opportunity. So why does APAS matter to you? Well, in this complex world of agriculture, particularly agriculture policies, it'd be very easy for a farmer to feel like his concern or their concerns are being lost in the shuffle, or that their voice isn't being heard. Well, that's where APAS can help. We are 100% focused on Saskatchewan agriculture issues. We have no mixed agendas, no other commitments, and we receive no government funding. All our funding comes from our membership. That allows us to be 100% focused on the issues that matter to Saskatchewan producers. And we are farmers. We understand the challenges that the farmers in your RMs are facing, and we are committed to being that unified voice, fighting for a stronger, more vibrant agriculture community. And we are there for you when you can't be. Sorry, I just backing up. Here we go. Oh, thanks. So federal policies can feel distant. Ottawa is nearly 2,000 miles from here, and yet decisions are being made in Ottawa that have a direct effect on your farm. APAS, along with our association with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, we are on the ground in Ottawa, tackling issues like grain market transparency, reliable and cost-effective rail service, and stable supply chains. But we are up against powerful interests. Railways, for example, have full-time lobbyists in Ottawa that probably spend more time on Parliament Hill than our MPs. So we need to do more, because these lobbyists are lobbying for their shareholders, not for farmers. We need to do more to ensure that farmers' voices are being heard just as consistently. That's why advocacy, we feel, is so critical. With your help, we can amplify our voices of Saskatchewan farmers, ensuring that our concerns are front and center when these decisions are being made in Ottawa. I'm sure you've all heard stories of farmers getting a raw deal from complex and often one-sided contracts. We want to level that playing field, ensuring that contracts are clear and fair and protect the livelihood of farmers. And it's not just grain contracts. There are seed contracts, TUAs, livestock and equipment contracts. And far too often these agreements are structured to the disadvantage of farmers. That's why we need to modernize these contracts to protect producers, enhance transparency, and to mitigate some of the risk that farmers face. And we need to protect our farmland. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors of foreign land ownership in your areas. And many of you are concerned about that, and rightfully so. So are we. And it's not just about economics. It's about preserving our farmland and ensuring a future for our next generations of Saskatchewan farmers. In a recent report by the provincial auditor, they highlighted concerns about lapses in oversight and enforcement of farmland ownership regulations. APAS is committed to working to identify solutions because we need to take action on these issues. We need to address the problems that were identified by the provincial auditor, and we need to tighten oversight on foreign land ownership. Obviously, we can't do this alone. Together, though, we can ensure a bright future for agriculture. That's why we need your support. Your membership enables us to do the work required to protect Saskatchewan farms and secure a prosperous future for our agriculture communities. And remember, APAS is 100% focused on agriculture issues. We have no mixed agendas, no mixed messaging, and we receive no government funding. Obviously, we don't have all the answers. In today's complex world, I don't believe that anybody or any organization can tackle all the challenges that face agriculture these days. That's why APAS is committing to build strong partnerships with other Saskatchewan groups. By working together, we can amplify our voice, share our resources, and achieve greater progress on the issues that matter to Saskatchewan farmers and ranchers. On the trade and tariff threats, obviously you've heard a lot about that recently. We're working with 14 farm groups, coming together to collaborate, share information, resources, and communication. And hopefully we can develop a common statement in defense of our agriculture producers. Another example of this collaboration is the upcoming Saskatchewan Agriculture Summit, which will be held here in Saskatoon on March 27th. It's a partnership of 8 agricultural groups working together for the benefit of ranchers and farmers. And we would encourage any producers who are interested to register for the event. We would prefer that you register by Monday so we know who's coming. If you are interested, you can check out our website at apas.ca or talk to any of the APAS folks that are here today. So obviously we need your help. We have all these issues that we're dealing with on behalf of Saskatchewan producers. And we feel the more voices we have behind us, the louder our message will be. We need your support to help shape the policies that benefit our communities. So thank you. Thank you again for your time. Appreciate it very much. If you have any questions on any of the issues that I touched on today, please feel free to come and talk to myself. If you have any questions about membership, myself or any of the other APAS folks that are here would be glad to talk to you today. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your convention.
All right, folks, I'm happy to report it's break time now. So we will be reconvening at 3 p.m. for resolutions. Make sure you check out the trade show. STARS is in the back. Last I checked, both the green ticket pot and the red ticket pots are sitting at over $3,000. Again, the ticket will be drawn tomorrow at 11:45, and you must be in attendance, or the ticket must be in attendance for you to win. We'll be back at 3 p.m. All right, we're going to get things started here. So as you're continuing to make your way to the tables, I just wanted to let everyone have a chance also to dig out your voting devices, get comfortable, because now it's on to the resolutions. And I will turn things over to Laurel Felton and Rusty Dean to facilitate and chair the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. If I can get your attention, I know it's hard. It's a very big room. My name's Laurel Felton, and I am the Executive Director at SARM, and I'm happy to welcome you to the resolution session for today. I'm going to run through some very important instructions for the session before I hand it over to our chair, Rusty Dean. A quick thank you from Perlinger Group Benefits Limited for sponsoring our resolution timer today. Each resolution will be read and shown on the screens. The mover will be provided 3 minutes to speak to the resolution. There will be a timer on the screens, so please be aware of how much time you have remaining. Rusty will help keep us on track by giving a 30-second warning. Once the mover has spoken, the floor is then open for debate. And you must be a member of council or administrator with the permission of council to speak for or against a resolution. You will then have 2 minutes to speak. Once again, There will be a timer shown on the screen, so try to be aware of it, but Rusty will also give us a 30-second warning. Once all the debate has concluded, the resolution's chair will then call for a vote. For those that want to propose an amendment to a resolution, you can do so at the microphones. Brandon from Data on the Spot will now provide instructions on how we vote on the resolutions. Brandon?
All right. Welcome, everyone. It's that time again. I'm sure you're all used to using the clickers, so this may not be anything new for you. But I think we'll put up the slide now. So when the chair calls for the question, you'll just need to click the response on your clicker. There's no on or off button. As soon as you press the response that you'd like to select, it'll turn on the device and send your vote. You'll get a green flash on the device, and you should also see the response that you selected on the clicker. And you can change your answer as many times as you like. It'll only record the last button that you press. So I think if we're all ready, we can go to a test.
I just want to make sure. Is everyone ready? Because I feel like I didn't do a good job of this last time, and all the clickers just sucked. So I think, okay, we're getting ready. Everyone have their clickers out. This is our test here. Okay, now you can take it away, Brandon.
All right. And if you do have any issues while we're doing the test, just throw up your hand. We have a couple people that will roam around and help you out. So let's go to our first question here. All right. Did you know that you must contact SAS1 call to identify whether a pipeline exists in a work area before digging in a new location? Yes or no? Okay.
Other votes in?
Yeah, so let's see the results. All right. 87% knew that. Let's go to our second test question. So, how often would you say your municipality contacts SAS1 call to identify whether a pipeline exists in a work area before digging in a new location? A, always, B, usually, C, sometimes, D, rarely, E, never. So 66% said always, so that's great.
Can you just pop the other mic on for this one? Thanks.
Hello, there we go. Okay, the resolutions chair, Rusty Dean, will now walk us through the process for each resolution, or sorry, she will walk us through the process for each resolution as we go through them.
All right, thank you, Laurel. I am once again pleased to serve as the chairperson for this year's resolution session. Our first order of business will be a motion to appoint a parliamentarian for this resolution session. I am pleased to introduce Danielle Shindelka and Adrian Toth from the SARM Legal Department. I would ask that someone move that we appoint Danielle and Adrian as parliamentarians. All right, up here. I welcome a representative of the mover to speak. There's no further discussion. Looks like we'll appoint them. Pretty easy, wasn't it? We just need to grab your... Thank you. All right, I want to remind you again that the resolution will show up on the screen and it also will be read out loud. Oh, we didn't vote on the clickers, sorry. Look at, already screwed up. We're going to do it right now. We're going to actually pop it up on the screen though. So we need resolution 0, there we go, perfect. I'm going to read it in case it doesn't play, but be it resolved that Adrian Toth and Danielle Shandelka of the SARM Legal Department act as parliamentarians for the resolution session. All right, and we can vote now. That resolution is carried. Okay, now that we've worked out all the kinks, we can carry on. All right, please play the next resolution.
Resolution 125A, Insurance Discount for Municipalities with Security Systems and GPS Tracking. RM of Ponus Lake number 367. Be it resolved that SARM implement an insurance discount program for municipalities with security systems in their buildings or GPS tracking devices installed on their equipment as a means to reduce risks, improve safety, and foster financial sustainability for rural municipalities across Saskatchewan.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 2.
Tyrell Sunderland, RM 367, Councillor. I'd like to move.
Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would. In efforts for RMs to reduce risk and prevent loss, many have implemented the use of security systems on buildings as well as GPS trackings on equipment. This can be a significant cost to install and maintain on all buildings and entire fleets of equipment. The way security systems on buildings reduce risk of potential loss is fairly self-explanatory. However, GPS tracking can be used to reduce claims as it might deter would-be thieves, and that would reduce claims. In the case where they are not deterred, authorities and the insurance provider would have more tools at their disposal to help recover stolen property in a more timely manner. The faster they can locate it, the faster they can recover it, hopefully before too much damage is done or units are parted out. This will allow the insurance provider to recoup more money on claims and even return damaged property back to the claimants undamaged. This is why we asked SARM to implement a discount on insurance for all RMs that implement these technologies. We hope you support this resolution, and thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Mike 1.
Jordison, is it working? Cody Jordison, coming through. There, Cody Jordison, RM of Lumsden, 189.
Cody, maybe just pull your mic up a bit. Just lean
There we
that.
go. Is that
there.
better?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. There we go. How's that sound?
Good.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, I'm coming to you from the RM of Lumsden, but I have a note from the SARM staff who do have a major problem with this resolution. And I'll be honest, when I read it, it seemed pretty reasonable. I didn't have a problem with it until you kind of dig into how the program works. So here's a note from the staff. The above noted resolution is requesting an insurance discount be provided to the members that participate in the PSIP if they have a security system and GPS tracking. We cannot accommodate the request for the following reasons. SARM PSIP already charges rock bottom rates as there is no room to add in discounts for such things. Alarms and trackers are nice, but they are defeatable, and if the police are 90 minutes away after an alarm goes off, the building is already damaged and the contents and equipment are long gone, meaning zero savings to the member. Insurance with alarm discounts usually only apply those credits to the content rates, not the equipment or the building rates. And those content rates are usually much higher than the building rate when this happens. The biggest benefit of having cameras as part of their alarm system is not acting as a deterrent, but it provides better opportunity for the RCMP to apprehend the responsible people. So basically to summarize, this seems like a good idea, but the way the program works, the rates are already as low as they can possibly go. There's no more room. If SARM ever ran a profit, they will just automatically lower that number down. There's no wiggle room. You're already at rock bottom rates. So it reads like a good idea. I do not fault the submitting RM,
but the staff brought this problem, and I'm requesting we all say no to this, please, today.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is lost by 80%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 225A. Changes to the Local Government Elections Act 2015. Advanced polls in rural municipalities. RM of Mariposa number 350. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to remove the requirement for advanced polls when eligible voter numbers are lower than 100 people.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 4.
Jeremy Welter, Reeve of RM 350, moving the motion.
Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, we had a by-election in December, and due to the way the Provincial Elections Act is written, we were required to have advanced polls. 2 election workers plus our administrator cost the RM $900 to allow 7 people to come and vote. In this day and age with rising costs and everything, there's probably better places we can put our taxpayer dollars to, and with low voter turnout already, the requirement to run advanced polls just doesn't seem like it holds value. And so I would ask that you support this motion.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 61.9%. The remaining resolutions are not bylaw resolutions, so only 50% of the votes cast in favor by voting delegates are required to be approved. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 325A. Resource Revenue Sharing for Rural Municipalities. RM of Estevan number 5. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to pay a percentage, not less than 10%, of the royalty from industrial resources collected by the provincial government to the RMs from which the natural resources are extracted from.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 1.
Yes, hi, it's James Trobert, councillor from the RM of Estevan. Just before getting to that, I think we should have the RM of Benson removed. They were doing some paparazzi things here anyway. So anyway, you'll remember us from last year. As our Reeve Jason spoke earlier this morning, we're sometimes known as the RM of Sask Power. 46,000 acres of land within our RM for which we get very, very little taxation from Sask Power. Since that time, of course, we presented that resolution last year, and since that time there have been some developments. Of course, as you heard earlier today, the province has announced that coal is going to continue beyond 2030, which is good news for our area and for our economy. It's also prompted discussions between RRM as well as the CIC government relations. So there has been some movement, but overall, nothing really has changed in our RM. There are some other resolutions that have tried to attack this problem in the past. In fact, there's another one coming up right next where the SARM, where the resolution has asked that tax tools be allowed to differentiate between commercial and industrial properties. And in the past, these resolutions have passed resoundingly, but the provincial government has been pretty steadfast in its refusal to consider that. And so we talked about taking a different approach to this, And so this is the basis of this resolution, that basically if they won't give the RMs in which there are natural resources produced, that it would give us some latitude here if we were given a percentage of the royalty that comes out of those resources. And I know the provincial government often say, well, these resources are for all people of Saskatchewan, which is true. But of course, those rest of the RMs, the rest of the municipalities, don't have all the other issues that come along with the production of these resources. And in fact, not being able to recoup some of this, it puts a strain on us. And again, the fact that we were facing the end of coal mining, I think, would have a devastating effect of an RRM. So really, this resolution is all about fairness. We're always having to deal with the fallout of having to deal with Sask Power, that basically, even though it's a crown corporation for all of Saskatchewan, runs by its own rules, and they continue to do basically what they want. And again, this morning, Premier Moe talked about certainty. This would give us some certainty. This would give us some fairness. I realize this resolution may not affect every RM in this room, but I do hope for those of you out there that have this problem along with us that you'll vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you very much.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 69.2%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 425A, tax subclasses for rural municipalities. RM of Mariposa number 350. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to update the Municipalities Act to allow for the creation of subclasses of tax categories to create equity among urban and rural counterparts.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mic number 4.
Jeremy Welter, Reeve, 350.
Would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, we're basically asking for equity. Rural municipalities have 3 options for tax classes, and urbans have a lot of subclasses that we don't have access to. It provides them an advantage to entice business development in the urban areas, and it's not something that we have the ability to do. So we're just asking for equity in the Municipalities Act. I hope everyone supports this. Thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. We'll go to mic 1.
John Wagner, Armapayapot. I'm in favor of this resolution. He's correct, in the rural we only have the agricultural, residential, and commercial classes. And especially in residential, we have 4 very distinct different classes there. You have your 3 acres in every farmyard that's residential. You have your lots in the little villages that are part of the RMs. You have your acreages outside of the bigger centers. And you have your resort properties, your resort villages. So there's quite a distinct difference there. So I would think that we should maybe look positively at this and try this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 93.1%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 525A, the Communities in Transition Fund, CIT, RM of Blucher number 343. Be it resolved that the provincial government mandate the urban municipalities to contribute significantly to the capital portion of the CIT fund.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. We'll begin at mic 1.
Blair Cummins, Reeve, RM of Blucher, and I'd like to move this resolution.
And would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please. As many of you are aware, the CIT fund only winds up with slightly less than $1 million a year in it. And if you were around this morning, you heard the gentleman from Mount Hope talk, Mike of Mount Hope talk about what it's going to cost them to absorb one little town. It's going to kick the heck out of that fund in a hurry. So the bottom line is there is enough money in that fund to properly do the job, despite nice announcements that we heard this morning about letting volunteer fire departments burn some of these derelict properties down. They still have to be hauled away, loaded into Loris bins and hauled away, and that is not a cheap process. We did that in Blutzer for the hamlet of Elstone. It cost us about 40 grand, even after the buildings were burnt in the middle of the night, suspiciously. So, but anyway, the point is, I mean, these are urbans that are falling apart, and SUMA doesn't contribute anything to help clean up the mess from these villages. They are their sister RMs, or they are their sister urban municipalities, and I think they should be mandated to contribute to the CIT fund. Thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. That resolution is carried by 95.8%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 625A, Road Maintenance Agreements and Compensation, RM of North Capel, number 187, RM of Corman Park, number 344, submitting RMs. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to annually review road haul fees to accurately reflect actual costs of road maintenance, road restoration, and loss of road life, and that this be better reflected in the compensation formula. Be it further resolved that Section 12.1 be amended to allow a second option for determining compensation, stating that a municipality can use a professional engineer to determine the actual road maintenance costs, and that the cost of the engineering analysis will be included in the calculation for compensation.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. We'll begin at mic 4.
Wendy Trask, councillor with the RM of Corman Park.
Would you like to speak to this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Road haul fees are outdated and they do not reflect the costs of infrastructure repairs. There is currently no annual review process for adjusting the fees to reflect the current costs of maintenance and repairs. We ask that you support the motion.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against. We'll move to mic 3.
Bernie Churko, councillor for the RM of North Capel. We included the second portion because I have some difficulties with the formula, and I agree with Corman Park should be reviewed and probably some kind of indexing. But sometimes, and if I can use an analogy for a moment, if we were asked to say what's the cost of heating a house in Regina, somebody would come up with a number and some sort of an average. So then can I say confidently that this will be what it cost me for my house? And of course the answer is no. In fact, half of them will be higher than the average. In the case of RMs, the formula, if it works, I say use it. But if the council decides that, boy, this isn't come closing, this provides a second option whereby you can get some expert to come and take a look at the particulars of the situation and come up with something that reflects the true costs there. For example, I mean, if you had 100 trucks hauling the product and it went over 100 days or it went over 10, it would be totally different. If you got a high standard road versus something that's mostly topsoil, that would also be significantly different. So I would hope that the municipalities support this resolution.
We'll move to mic 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hall 307, I move to divide.
All right, just one moment. I'll ask Wendy from the Corman Park RM to pop back up to the mic. So Wendy, if you can make your way to mic 4. Is Wendy still here? She's coming. Wendy, I'll ask you, the mover, if you will accept or reject.
Yes, we will accept.
Okay. All right, we're going to call a vote on a motion to divide. So, just have to make sure everyone's ready for this. Just a minute. Don't vote anything, don't click. Okay, Brandon's got it. So we are going to have a motion to vote if we are going to divide. So I'll call the question, as in the voting. Just a minute, it's coming. All right, you can vote now. All right, the motion to divide is carried by 55.8%. Now I just need to give one moment for all the digital things to catch up to us. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to annually review road haul fees to accurately reflect actual costs of road maintenance, road restoration, and loss of road life, and that this be better reflected in the compensation formula. All right, I need Wendy to come back as our original mover. And once again, I'll ask you to move and speak to it if you'd like.
Yes, I'll move this. Wendy Trask, Councillor with the RM of Corman Park, number 344. And as I said before, just the road haul fees are outdated. They do not reflect the costs of what it takes to maintain and upkeep the roads with the heavy haul traffic.
All right, thank you. Now I'll ask if anyone would like to speak for or against. I'm going to stay at mic 4.
Paul Hegland, Councillor, Division 5, RM of Reno, number 51. Our understanding is that the municipal council is free to set the rates as long as they apply it universally the way it is right now. So we need some clarification on that.
All right, Wendy, I'll ask you to come back up to mic 4 to clarify.
Sorry, we were under the understanding that the rates are set by the provincial government as to the maximum that we're allowed to charge. And we're asking that these fees are reviewed on an annual basis to reflect what it actually costs for road maintenance and infrastructure repairs.
We can't answer this up here, but if there's anyone else out there that would like to speak for or against, or in any capacity want to clarify, feel free to head to the mic. All right, mic number 2.
Hall 307. Thank you, Madam Chair. This resolution is absolutely essential. We need to be able to move forward with the ability to increase our fees as necessary. As was said earlier, not one fee doesn't fit every situation, so we need to be able to set our own in our own dirt conditions. And the reason I asked to divide is we saw at our table that it was possible that that second piece would lose this one, and we can't lose this one.
We'll move to mic 4.
Mike Aaron, Councillor, Mount Hope. She's 100% right. We recently, in the RM of Mount Hope, BHB Mine, the CN rail spur went through. We couldn't change the rate, so what we did was called a special haul, and we made them grade the road, gravel the roads, fix the roads while they were doing the project, and we also got the revenue from the gravel haul, which ended up being $250,000 or whatever it was. But the roads were maintained by them at zero cost to the RM, so you guys can set your road use maintenance agreements to the job at hand. That's all I had to say, and I'm in support of this.
All right, we're moving to microphone 3.
Hi, Elizabeth Torrens, RM of Great Bend. I'm not only a council member, I'm actually an auditor of municipalities. The question was asked whether you're allowed to change the rate. No, you're not. The rate for road haul agreements is 100% in the legislation. You don't get to change it. Voting for this resolution would be in advance to try to get the power to change it. Just for clarity, you can't change it. You don't set it on your own, in case anyone was curious.
All right, mic 4.
Just to clarify, our resolution is asking for the government to annually review the fee to better reflect the costs of repair, not that the RM can set their own rate. We just want the government to review it on an annual basis, preferably.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. That resolution is carried at 94.3%. All right, we'll put up the next resolution, Part B of this resolution, and I'll read it out loud. Be it resolved that Section 12 be amended to allow a second option for determining compensation, stating that a municipality can use a professional engineer to determine the actual road maintenance costs, and the cost of the engineering analysis will be included in the calculation for the compensation. I'll ask again a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution, to move it. We'll go to mic 3.
Oh, 3. Yeah, Bernie Jerko from 187. I would ask that the motion be adopted.
Would you like to speak to it?
I can. I think it's an interesting issue that was raised. The gentleman that talked about the spurs is correct that there is a provision in the legislation where you can negotiate a complete new agreement, and it's quite complex, but it can happen if you have a large enough situation. The proposal we were putting in was where the formula as it exists isn't adequate, but it isn't so large that you'd want to spend all the time in trying to negotiate a major deal, such as as the gentleman talked about with the rail spur.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 72.8%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 725A, Rural Integrated Roads for Growth, RM of Meadow Lake, number 588. Be it resolved that SARM investigate a new program that would help subsidize the use of road stabilization products for rural roads that do not meet the requirements of the RIRG road program.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. We'll go to mic 3.
Richard Levesque, Administrator for the RM of Meadow Lake, 588. I'd like to move that motion.
And would you like to speak to it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The RM of Meadow Lake greatly appreciates the support from SARM programs like the Rural Integrated Roads for Growth program and would hope that these programs continue in the future. We do, however, feel that a separate program to help fund road stabilization projects would be beneficial for existing roads that do not meet the traffic, road width, or commercial use thresholds that exist at the present time. An additional grant funding for these road products would not only stop the dust, but hopefully reduce long-term graveling and maintenance costs of all RMs. Thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against. We'll go back to mic 3.
Yeah, I'm Randy Almack, Reeve of the RM of Meeting Lake. I would like to speak in favor of this resolution. The RIRG program has not had a lot of changes for a long time. It doesn't include most of the roads in the municipality. It has to be a super grid before it meets the criteria. And I think we need a change in this. And what this resolution will do, it's going to give SARM the power to be able to go forward, speak to the provincial government to have some changes in the RIRG program. So, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 93%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 825A, Bylaw Enforcement, RM of Wallace, number 243. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Justice to expand municipalities' abilities to enforce bylaws by increasing ways to obtain a summary conviction.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mic 2.
My name is Tara Harris. I'm the administrator for the RM of Wallace, and I have permission of council to speak to this. Currently, under the setup that we have in place, we can fine anyone who's in breach of bylaw, but we actually have no way to collect on that fine without a summary conviction. With only 2 bylaw courts in the province, it makes obtaining summary conviction extremely costly and not very time sensitive. We ask that you support this motion. Thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 92.1%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 925A, SARM Bylaw Enforcement Officers, RM of Estevan, number 5. Be it resolved that SARM employ or contract a bylaw enforcement officer within each division for use by rural municipalities within that division to enforce RM bylaws, including, without limitation, policing and prosecution of offenses. be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to provide the resources in order to employ or contract such bylaw enforcement officers.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. We'll begin at mic 1.
Yes, James Trobert, Councillor for the RM of Estevan, and we'd like to speak to this resolution. This is a resolution that has in the past made its rounds through the SARM convention. It was also passed at a recent SUMA convention, to my understanding. So again, it's not an issue solely in the RM jurisdiction. To my knowledge, the last kick at the can that this one took was in 2012, and there was a resolution similar to this passed. In response, there was a SARM options document that was put out, and the document here basically explored the idea of employing bylaw enforcement officers for the use of individual RMs and what that might look like. It came to a conclusion and reviewed a number of different options, including that SARM hire and contract services of retired peace officers or bylaw enforcement officers, increasing the number of peace officers or special constables, and develop a bylaw enforcement officer recruitment strategy. So I do encourage all of you, if you haven't read that document, to read it. It is a comprehensive review of this. Sadly, it's now been over 13 years, and in our estimation, we're no closer to a solution to this problem. So we do think it is time that it be revisited, and instead of studied, that there should be some action taken. We all know that RMs today face ever-increasing challenges to bylaw enforcements, and the resources we have at our disposal to meet enforcement of our bylaws are ever decreasing. And of course, there's also more challenges facing our society today than ever before. And bylaw enforcement, of course, it presents an exceedingly more difficult challenge in that we literally have no resources in which to police our own bylaws. So we would certainly suggest that the provincial government step up to the plate and provide the funding to do this. Our municipal laws become worthless if they cannot be enforced. So I do encourage you to vote in favor of this resolution so that we can demand some action in solving this ongoing gap in our municipal governments. Thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. We'll stay on mic 1.
Cody Jordison, RM of Lumsden, 189. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news today, guys, but this is another resolution that I'll admit reads well, and we probably do need to have a discussion about bylaw enforcement. I think every single RM here has the same problem. The problem is this resolution will force SARM to create essentially a mini Marshals service. We're talking about creating a program for bylaw enforcement, finding a college to train officers that we have to hire, starting a new uniform, new vehicles. This thing's gonna be extremely expensive. One RM I just talked to did a quote, $200,000 per year per RM. Look around the room. SARM cannot afford to run this program right now. We do need to talk about bylaw enforcement, but this is not the way to get it done. There was some pretty fair points brought up by Estevan. I'm not trying to be hard on him because I think it was a good idea at first, but upon further reflection with myself and a lot of other people, including SARM staff, we're asking no today to this. We should probably get this on future agenda items. If we want to bring it back in the fall, we can have a panel discussion, but not no, just not today. So please vote no to this.
Is there any further discussion? We're going, sorry, well, mic 1.
Yeah, so James Trobert here, RM of Estevan again. The second part of our resolution is important because we're asking not for SARM to pay for this or the RMs to pay for this, but actually for funding from the provincial government to do it. How that looks and whether SARM actually administers it or oversees it, I mean, we can make those determinations. All we're asking for is that the RMs be given the resources to enforce the bylaws. There's people that are already trained, retired peace officers, other people that can be employed to do this type of work. And again, I don't think it necessarily needs to have a whole new bureaucracy started for this. But what we're asking for is, just like the provincial government saw a need to put the Marshal Service in place, if they can provide funding for the RMs to have these bylaw enforcement officers, it would be no different than that. So the second part, that is why specifically we put the second part of our resolution in place, is so that the provincial government would fund this and that we would basically have that resource to draw upon. And so we think it's a very important resolution. It was important enough to warrant studying 13 years ago by SARM. They made some good recommendations, but that's where it sat. 13 years later, we're still at the same position. I think we do need to force the provincial government to come to the table and get something put in place for us. Thank you.
All right, Mike 1.
The very first line, the very first be it resolved that SARM employ or contract a bylaw enforcement officer. We're done at that point. If you wanted to divide these, we could have debated them separately. I think your second one is worth looking at. But unfortunately, if we pass this, we're passing them as a group. We don't, at this point, I mean, yeah, there he is right there. Okay, I was waiting for this guy to get up to the mic. Do your thing.
We'll stay at Mike 1 because we're there, and then we'll move to Mike 2.
Hi, Lorraine Fight from the RM of Leask, 464. We have a bylaw officer we share with the RM of Shellbrook. We hire him for just a few hours per month, more so in the summer. So that's one way you can get around it, is sharing with other RMs, and it's working so far. So it's just an option, a cheaper option.
All right, we'll move to Mike 2 now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hall 307. We had a resolution here a few minutes ago saying that we want the province to allow us a better way of collecting on any fines that are given under bylaws. So is it going to help if we put more tickets out there with bylaw infractions that we can't collect on? Let's get this first one done first, and then we hire the bylaw officers.
We'll move to Mike 1.
Larry Grant, Reeve of the RM of Val Marie. Point of order, Madam Chairman. Under proper resolution debate, when the mover of the resolution speaks a second time, debate is closed.
Ooh. Well, yeah, he is correct. So we're going to call for the vote now. So seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Have your clickers ready. We'll vote now. This resolution is lost by 80.3%. And I'll just clarify, if you do go back again, I'll interrupt now and tell you that if you're going to speak again, that you'll be closing any debate. So I'll catch you next time, James, before you go up. I mean, unless you want to close it. So please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1025A. Resolution to improve the justice system and address BOIN number 487. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government, in partnership with law enforcement agencies, agricultural groups, and community organizations, to improve the justice system and address the challenges faced by farmers and ranchers. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to work closely with federal authorities to ensure that crimes involving cross-border trafficking of stolen goods or drugs are adequately investigated and prosecuted.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. We'll start at Mike 2.
Arnold Schellenberg, RM in Nipawin. Because of the rise in crime in rural Saskatchewan, the justice system needs to be updated or overhauled, and that's why I encourage you guys to support this resolution. But going back on background, we have our law enforcement officers that go out there every day. They I mean, when they step out their door, they don't know whether they're going to be coming back or not, because things are not that safe out there anymore, even though we want to think that it is. So we need to support them, because if they're catching our criminals, whether it's drug-related, theft, or whatever, if the justice system doesn't do something with them, what are they doing? They're going out there for nothing, and they feel like, I've talked to a lot of officers over Saskatchewan from one end of the province to the other, and a lot of them are frustrated with what's going on every day. So it needs an overhaul. Also, like if they don't get their paperwork done right, it gets thrown out of court. So I mean, we need to do some things to help the guys out that are there. Marshal service, I mean, we talk about the marshal service. Is that the right thing? Or if we put things in place to help what we already have there, we need to overhaul what we have. Thank you. I urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 86.3%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1125A, Labor Market Transfer Agreement Funding, RM of Fertile Belt number 183. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the federal government to reverse cuts done through the labor market transfer agreements. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to develop a labor training grant program to complement the federal program.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 2.
As the reeve of the RM of Fertile Belt 183, I'd like to move this motion, please, and speak to it. This motion is basically to replace funding from both the federal and provincial government that recently expired, for lack of better terms. So we're simply asking to put the funding back in place that provides and allows funding assistance for 1A driver's licenses.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 92%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1225A, Align Work-Based Learning Apprenticeship Credit Program Guidelines, RM of Mount Pleasant, number 2, RM of Enniskillen, number 3, submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Education to align work-based learning guidelines with the Apprenticeship Credit Program, promoting participation from apprentices and companies and expanding training opportunities for students.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 4.
Cameron Nardine, Division 2 Councillor for RM of Enniskillen, number 3. I would like to speak to it. We urge you to vote in favor of this resolution to increase access to the Saskatchewan Youth Apprenticeship Program for more students. Currently, there is a disconnect between programs, causing employers in our area to be willing to teach students and allow them to work under the work-based program, but not the Saskatchewan Youth Apprenticeship Program. Even if these students choose not to continue on the apprenticeship path they trained for, they still gain valuable life skills. Employers should not be required to add these students to their payroll or include them in their Workmen's Compensation Board insurance, as this training occurs during school hours and students earn credits implementing This change will encourage more journey persons to participate in training students which align with the province's goal of fostering growth and demand for skilled tradespersons.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is in favor, 89.7%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1325A, supporting and growing our public library system. RM of Corman Park, number 344. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to fund the public library system to keep pace with inflation, as well as current trends and technologies at the least, in addition to ensuring that both large and small community libraries can meet the programming, educational, and communal needs that are an integral part of library programming and its services.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution.
My name is David Greenwood, RM Counselor, Division 4, number 344. I'd like to move and speak to this. The Wheatland Library, established in 1967, services over 100,000 people in 130 communities. The staff and volunteers work to inspire excellence in their communities with our youth and with the general population. Books are only a small part of the resources. Wheatland is growing, and we ask for your support to attain the necessary funding to keep our libraries growing. Please vote for this resolution. Go Libraries.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 80%. Please play the next resolution. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1425A, control of Richardson's ground squirrel, RM of Duck Lake number 463. Be it resolved that the Richardson's ground squirrel be included in the Plant Health Act and associated regulations in order to give RMs the ability to control Richardson ground squirrels in their RMs.
I welcome a mover. We'll begin at mic 1.
Raymond Gauthier, Councillor, Division 1, RM of Duck Lake 463.
Go ahead.
We're fortunate in RM. We've been able to control the ground squirrels to a large extent, and thanks to the regulations where you can enforce control. Especially when you have highways going through RM, they don't do a very good job of controlling. So this way we've been able to get them to pay for the control, like our pest control officer does the work, but at least it gets done. So I would like to see this resolution passed. Thank you.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. That resolution is carried by 79.5%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1525A, the Farmland Security Board, FSB, RM of Blucher number 343. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to make it mandatory that the statutory declarations and any other pertinent information be submitted before any suspect lands are approved. Be it further resolved that the provincial government establish escalation procedures to enable the FSB staff to take further appropriate action when cooperation is not forthcoming from non-compliant entities.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 1.
Blair Cummins, Reeve of the Arma Blucher. I'd like to move it and speak to it.
Go ahead.
I guess it's poop or get off the pot time in Saskatchewan. I know as farmers, we usually like lots of buyers in the marketplace. When we're selling grain, great. When we're selling our machinery, great. But when it comes to farmland, I think we're dealing with a different animal here. So, I mean, I think it's time that we have to decide, the government has to decide, do we want buyers from all over the world buying land up in Saskatchewan and being additional competition to the young farmers that are trying to get established here. Now, if we want lots of buyers in the marketplace, forget this. But if we don't pass this motion, give the SAB the tools they need to do their job. Thanks.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 94.8%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1625A. Reinstate federal funding to 4-H Canada. RM of Lumsden, number 189. Be it resolved that SARM work closely with the provincial government to reinstate full funding to 4-H Canada.
I invite a mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 1.
Cody Garbett, Reeve, RM Lumsden 189. I'd like to move it and speak to it.
Go ahead.
4-H Canada builds the leaders of our future. The 4-H program provides youth with the opportunities to develop valuable life skills, leadership abilities, and a sense of community engagement. It is for these reasons we ask for your support of this resolution to help restore federal funding back to 4-H Canada.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Mike 2.
Arnold Schellenberg, RM in Nipawin. I probably don't need to speak to this. Everybody's probably going to vote in favor of this. Really good program. My daughter actually did work for 4-H and went through the 4-H program. It is really good to get kids out there to understand what's out there, not just in the grains, but everything. Like 4-H is a good program, so I urge you to support this. 100%, right?
Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 96.8%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1725A. Establish coyotes as pests under the CAP program. RM of Enniskillen, number 3. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Agriculture and the federal government to classify coyotes as approved pests under the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership, Sustainable CAP, Cost Shared Rebate Program. Be it further resolved that a program similar to the Beaver Control Program be established, allowing municipalities to receive reimbursement of up to 50% of the costs incurred for each adult coyote removed by licensed fur trappers.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. Mike 4.
RM3, Trina Randall, Enniskillen.
I'll just interrupt you. Just turn that thing down so that we can hear you better. There, thank you.
In our area, many municipalities currently administer a coyote control program at full cost to our ratepayers. Since beavers are considered pests and the control program is funded through the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership, we request that coyotes be classified similarly and that the program management follow the same approach as the beaver program. The coyote population in our area is uncontrolled, negatively impacting livestock farmers. We kindly ask that you vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Before you go away, I just didn't catch your name.
Trina Randall.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against. We'll move to mic 2. Mic 2.
There we go. Hull 307. Anybody else see the problem here? Too many squirrels, too many coyotes. You know, the coyotes should take care of the squirrels, ground squirrels. I caution you on trying to get rid of too many coyotes. Then we got ground squirrel problems, even worse.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 58.3%. Please play the next resolution.
Resolution 1825A, Grain Bag Recycling Incentive, RM of Lakeview, number 337. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to make a portion of the recycling fees collected by grain bag distributors and other grain bag collector programs refundable once the grain bags are returned from where they were originally purchased.
I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to this resolution. We'll go to mic 3.
Randy Woolrich, RM 337. The grain bag has been in the queue a few times, but now that there hasn't been much going on with the grain bag, they're still out there and causing, trash out in the fields that aren't getting removed. So they're wanting to see what they can do for that refund from the companies to refund that back to the farmers so they can get rid of them grain bags.
I now open debate to anyone who wishes to speak for or against this resolution. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Please vote now. This resolution is carried by 73.3%. Thank you to Prolinger Group Benefits Limited for sponsoring the timer clock. Thank you for your time. If you happen to know a Tamara Shields, send her up here for a phone. I don't want to take this home tonight. Tamara Shields, okay? Send her up here. I also want to remind you, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., our network breakfast, a chance to win a trip to Mexico. So we hope to see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. for breakfast. Thank you. Have a great evening.